Hi everyone. I'm gonna turn on my camera in a second, but just ignore my chin area, because there's like a really bad, like, I don't know, like a cyst or something, and it's like really annoying me, and I just want it to go away because it hurts a lot, and like I keep trying to like pick at it, and I'm not sure if it's making it worse or if it's like, I don't know what's going on. It just hurts and is big and is annoying, and it's making my OCD flare up real bad. Hi party! Hello everyone. You can't even you can barely even see it because I've got weird lighting. I still need to fix those. Oh man, hold on. Wait, I need to write that down. Because I've been trying to write things down that I want to do more consistently so that I actually end up doing them. Like, wow, what a shocker. You actually do things if you write it down? Like, what? Oh, there it is. You're only first because Kiri's internet isn't working very well. Alright, and then there is... Oh, I should have put lotion on my face, because now it's all like tight and feels weird. That's a bit too loud, actually. Can't hear myself think. It's right here. You can kind of see like the light being weird on it, so I don't know why I decided to talk about that for the first 8 minutes of stream. Here we are. Good. That's good. That's good. I'm glad. Well, it looks like it's just you and me for now. How have you been this past week? How's school been going for you? Yeah, it's like, but you can't see where the head of it is. It just hurts. It's like right here. I can like feel it hard, like right here, but yeah, it's like right here. I'm touching it, but there's no head, and it's not recommended to use a needle on something that doesn't have a head that is visible. What? That sounds like bullshit. You should probably contact someone. I really appreciate you coming to like all of my streams, Priority. It really makes me smile every time I see your name pop up in chat. I'm like, oh look, it's Priority. Just like last week. So I really do appreciate that. Like whenever I'm like, oh, where is everyone? Don't take that like the wrong way. It's normally just me being me and like, why is things different? Question mark, question mark. But I do really appreciate you coming to like every single one of my streams. It genuinely like makes me smile every time, and I'm like, oh look, it's Priority. You're the real MVP. You're carrying the whole of the server on your back. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad. I'm trying my best. I'm glad it's being seen, but I'm going to start reaching out to different like to different like panels and stuff to see if I can start like, you know, going on panels and stuff to try to get a broader audience, because just not doing that isn't really growing the stream at all. And this was advice given to me by Demon Mama, because I asked her. This literally, I just asked like, hey, what do I do? Help. Yeah. I was thinking about trying to see if I could get in on like the Hippy Dippy podcast or something like that. And I might, and I'm going to stay on YouTube because I really enjoy being on YouTube, and also because it seems like all the leftists are on Twitch, and I really feel like there needs to be a bigger, like, presence of leftists on YouTube, because it feels like it's kind of dry. Other than, like, stream highlights, Twitch streamers don't really post a lot on YouTube, so... And it also helps, it'll help me because I'm not banned off of Twitch, so I can still do Twitch panels. I just don't really want to stream on Twitch. Also because if I try to stream on YouTube and Twitch, I need, like, the plus version of Streamlabs, and I'm not spending that kind of money. No thanks. I don't have that kind of money monthly. Oh, hi Graham! Welcome to the stream! You're also one of the OG viewers. Yeah, you haven't been here for a while though. I'm glad to see you again. What's been going on? You've been cool? Yeah, and YouTube has better policies too. Oh yeah, that would be cool if me and Demon Mama could get on a panel together. That'd be super pog. Yeah, and also that's another reason why I wanted to stream on YouTube. It's because I feel like I have a little bit more freedom in what I can talk about, and I don't really have to meter my speech as much as I think I probably would on Twitch. And I feel like I'd also forget all the rules on Twitch and just fuck everything up. So that's why I'll probably only go on Twitch if there's like a stream panel that I want to go on, or that I've been invited to, or whatever. Kiri might not make it, Armad, because her internet is being wacky, because she lives in Jamaica and it's wacky down there. Oh, well, I'm glad that you were able to come back and see the stream. We missed you. Oh wow, that sounds really both interesting and weird at the same time. Priority. I'm very intrigued. Hopefully we'll be seeing some more people chilling in the server and on the stream at some point, eventually, soon enough. What, did they have too much infighting? I am not sure where I fall because the leftist values quiz that I took, a values quiz, it gave me a nonsensical answer. It like put all of the different descriptors that you could think of for leftists in the same like area, and I'm like it had it was a very long name. It looked like the test had legit like glitched out. It was crazy. But I self-identify as a pacifist, anarchist. Not sure if I like communism or socialism better. I'm just kind of like, I'm still trying to grasp like the difference between them, but it's really hard for me to remember it because I have dyslexia and that mixes up little tiny details of things. So, I took leftist 8 values. Here, I could send it. It was this one. Oh wait, no, I don't want to do that. Whoops. Ignore what I'm doing right now. I'm missing the server because I keep forgetting which one it is. Yeah, I don't feel a lot of pressure to like be exact with what I believe. I'm just kind of left, but I feel like I want my rhetorical strategy to be more like liberal progressive because I feel like there's a very large lack of people who just try to proposition to like liberals and progressives and stuff, because like there's plenty of leftists who are Bernie stans who talk about the stuff like it like they moralize it, and I understand there's like a need for that in some capacity, but I feel like there's a bit too much of it, because with liberals you have to be very gentle with them if you want them to listen. I would know because during the primaries I was for Biden, even from the beginning. I mean, I'm still kind of that camp, but I'm a lot more left than I was before. I kind of understand why people didn't like him at first, but he got a lot more progressive afterwards. And for me, I wasn't really fully worried about the policy specifics. I was also really focused on somebody who was like used to the office and like already kind of understood how it worked. Like somebody who was already prepared, like as Joe Biden would always say, prepare from day one or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, and liberals are really easily swayed. You just have to be really nice to them. You just can't shit on their ideas. You can't call Obama a war criminal. You can't say that, oh, but Bernie is better than Biden. You can't say this stuff. And like, I understand where they're coming from. I don't think that you're gonna get a lot of people on your side if you're just attacking them. You attract more ants with honey than you do with salt water. Just saying. Yeah, but that's like my opinion on the whole matter. I mean, I still think that if I was like I am now during the primaries, I probably would have still liked Biden, because I wasn't really for him because of his policies. I was more for him because I really liked the way he spoke. It like spoke to my soul. Genuinely, this is like not, I'm not like joking with you. This is like genuinely kind of why I voted for Biden. He was the first person I ever voted for. if you ever wanted to know. It's just like his speeches really spoke to me as a person, and I thought that he would be really good at fixing our country. I thought that he would be the best suited for the task of mending the whole gap between people and like kind of calming things down. And I know that a lot of people were like, "Oh, but what about like it's called decency politics." Like people call it decency politics, right? Oh yeah, I in high school. Okay, so I don't think I've ever told this story on stream. I don't think I've ever told this story on stream, but I used to be really into Skeptic Tube, Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, like that crowd. I was going down the alt-right pipeline. I don't think I ever would have gone further down the pipeline because there were a lot of ideas that I never agreed with. Like abortion, never changed my mind on that, ever. Not even once. I always thought that you should be respectful to people, like you should call them whatever pronouns they have, even if you don't agree with it. Like that was always my opinion. I never changed that. And 3, I never liked Donald Trump. Those are like the main reasons why I don't think I ever would have gone further down the pipeline, but I was definitely down the pipeline a little ways. Like I didn't realize that these people didn't put their sources into the description. Like I genuinely thought that for the longest time, but I never fucking checked. And I still think about this to this day, like why didn't I never check? It's so stupid and idiotic. Just check for sources if you're ever wondering. And okay, so I always forget to source myself because a lot of the stuff I go off of is just like my memories, and like it's really hard for me to find sources, and like I always forget to keep track of them. And I'm trying better to do that because I think it's really important that you cite your sources whenever you say something, like a declaration of truth. But also, whenever I talk about, like, Biden and stuff, and, like, the community that... I'm just referencing my own personal experience being in the Biden Twitter sphere, because I wasn't really in the leftist Twitter sphere. My experience with the leftist Twitter sphere is... ooh, a story and a half. Oh, are you transgram? Transgram. Sorry, that's pretty cool though. You know, there aren't a lot of trans men in online spaces, so if you are trans, I'd be pretty pog. Because we need more trans men in the online left spaces. Genuinely. I mean, like, I am AFAB, but I call myself a trans woman because genuinely it feels like it... I don't know how to explain it, but it makes the most sense to me that I was born a man, but I still want to be like she, her, she, her, and stuff. I still want to like be a woman. I don't want to be he, him. Oh yeah, that's Pog! Congrats! I'm so glad to meet you. Yo, like, binders are like a savior to me. I love my binder. It's over there. I love wearing it. It makes me so happy. That's what I have to say about binders, because, you know, I've got a chest. It's not that big, and for the longest time I thought I wanted to get chest reduction surgery, but I thought I wasn't allowed to because my chest isn't that big. And I'd watched a BuzzFeed video where it was just like this woman who was just like, yeah, don't get it if you like have not that big, because it doesn't really, because like something stupid like don't get it because you're taking away that resource from other people. It's like really idiotic. Oh, yeah. I love having chest dysphoria. But also, yeah, actually, Calvin Guerra. I have something to say about him. So, I hate him a lot, because he is the reason, him and, like, Blair White people, are the reason why it took me so long for my egg to crack. Because my egg cracked literally in 2020. Because, like, I thought I wasn't allowed to be trans if I didn't want to be a guy for the longest time. And I'm so glad I passed that point, because I am so much happier for it. Yeah, very irresponsible. Yeah, and like I've come to the conclusion of I shouldn't like police what somebody's pronouns are if they want to be trans, all for it, because I have learned from both personal experience and people I've talked with, being trans really sucks, like a lot. But if you're gonna be trans, you know, like if that makes you happy, that's your decision to make. It's your own personal life. You aren't hurting me by being trans. I'm not hurting you by being trans. Let's just all be whoever we want to be, you know? And also, it's also like, no matter what you look like, or like what you sound like, or like how you were born, whatever, like, if you're like an old man that wants to be a girl, you do you. Go have fun. I mean, I'm not gonna be attracted to you, even though I'm a lesbian, but that's just because I don't really like, I'm like really young, and that would be kind of both gross, and it's just not, you know, like, you could have preferences even if you're like really accepting of other people. Like, I'm pretty sure that's pretty valid. Like, I specifically have genitalia preferences, but but I normally just kind of like, I'm like, whatever, I don't really care. I'm able to look past it if I really like the person, because for me, sex is like something that I don't really think of very often, because I'm aspike, so it's like most of the time I'm just kind of like, no, but sometimes I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I agree. You know what's interesting that I've learned from knowing I'm trans? You can have nail dysphoria. Like, that's probably why I've been having a bad day, because my nails are a bit too long and I probably should clip them. Like, look at this. Disgusting. Like, I didn't realize you could have nail dysphoria. I mean, like, if you can have hair dysphoria, you can have any dysphoria. Like, you could have, like, hand dysphoria. Actually, no, wait, that makes more sense than nail dysphoria. Like, why the fuck do I have nail dysphoria? I don't understand. Like, what is this? What are these? I think it's also like a spectrum thing. Like, I don't like the feeling of my nails like touching things. It feels weird to me. I don't like the sensation. It's just like not something I'm a fan of, you know? It's just like, no, I'm good.
Any credit card can offer cash back, but only Discover matches all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year. It's like
yeah, I love how I said I was going to talk about Biden's disability policy, and I'm just talking about myself.
But in this case,
yeah, I wish I was taller though. Like, I want to be a tall, strong Amazon woman. And I mean, I could be 5'9" and strong, but like, I can't be 6'2". I want to be as tall as possible, but oh well. I should clip my nails, but I don't want to gross anyone out, because I know that some people have weird things with like nails and stuff. Like, I don't want to gross anyone out or anything. I don't want to scare anyone away.
Pregnancy before it starts. 3. You can find it yourself in the family planning aisle. No,
I'm so glad you guys came to my stream. Like, I'm really enjoying like just having this chat with y'all.
Walmart to CVS.
It makes me happy.
You've got this. Use as directed.
Yeah. I'm only 5'9" though, but that is still pretty tall. I'm jealous. Can you give me your height? I want it. At least I'm really good at walking in heels. I just don't really like wearing them. They don't feel good. Like, I don't like how feminizing they are sometimes. Like, I'm like kind of fluid, you know? I mean, I'm gender faced, so like I'm partially gender fluid. I just don't go to the masculine end of the spectrum. Like, I kind of go all over the place over here, but just don't go over here, you know? Oh, that sucks. Well, just, diet? I don't know. I don't know what the issues would be causing that, so you probably have to talk to your health professional or whatever. Probably shouldn't have messed with that. Whatever. I'll just leave it at that. I don't know. Yeah, I mean but I do really enjoy combat boots, and I have some really tall boots. I love boots. I don't like heels. I think that the reason why I also don't like heels is because I really like wearing socks. I know that sounds weird, but my feet get really cold because I'm like, my body type is stick. I mean, it doesn't really look like my body type is stick right here, but like, I'm just thin and long. That is my body type, thin and long. So, and my feet get really cold. And so I like wearing socks. So that's partially why I don't like wearing heels, is because my feet get cold. Because like most heels have like open things. Yeah, it's probably fine. Oh man, that sucks. But to be fair, I probably wouldn't be much taller than 6 foot, even if I was a dude. That's just like how my family is, so I'm not really too eaten up about it. And like, also, I really don't want to take testosterone, because like the idea of growing hair on my chin genuinely scares the shit out of me. What? That is not the same thing. Excuse you. If you're muscular, you're muscular. Because muscle is like something like 2 times as heavy as fat. Something like that. Oh, hey, at least you're not as tall as Big Ed from 90 Day Fiancé. He's like 4'11", and he doesn't have a neck. I'm sorry. That's really mean. It looks ridiculous. It looks like a thumb, but like fat, like a fat thumb. Like look it up. I don't know what else to say to you. Oh, Graham, did you hear me talking about how I'm going to start reaching out and see if I can get on panels, so that hopefully I can start growing my audience? Maybe we can get some chats that we can make fun of. Well, I mean, not make fun of, but just have discussions with, because I'm really interested in having, like, conversations with people. I think it's important. I think that good praxis is not making fun of people for their ideology, but making fun of their ideology. And it also helps to not... that also helps with not being ableist, because, like, when you use like stuff like stupid or idiotic, I mean, I use it sometimes. I'm guilty of it, I admit, but if you use stuff like that, it's kind of ableist, because it's often used to demean people who are like have Down syndrome or like learning disabilities. They make it really difficult for them to understand and process information. And I think that it's important that you don't diagnose people, because then you're giving that disability like a negative connotation by saying, oh, but this person has blank. Well, why are you saying that? Like, it seems like you're saying it because you don't like that person. That kind of sounds wrong to me, you know? Don't worry, you won't be Ed. You're fine, probably. I think you have to be a very particular type of person to be Ed. You know what? Part of me feels like the way he looks is just a reflection of who he is on the inside, because he's a really ugly person on the inside. Real ugly. Like, I don't want to live in there. I subscribe to the idea that you kind of wear who you are on the inside on your outside. Like, if you're ugly on the inside, no amount of plastic surgery or makeup can make you look pretty. I just realized I forgot to turn on compact mode. Hold on, let me do that. Alright, I fixed it. Okay, we're good, everyone. Now I just want to talk. Now I'm just going to talk about religion because I've completely gone off the rails. Actually, I've been talking about disability. I've been talking about Joe Biden. I've been talking about all of us, so I'm fine, right? Hold on, I need to do something. Sorry, I just need to do something really quick. Okay. Sorry, I just had to do something really quick. We're all good now. Oh, okay, so I don't know if any of you guys know, but Joe Biden has said trans rights, so that's pretty cool. He like specifically said trans rights, so that's pretty cool, pretty poggers, if you ask me. And he also made a trans awareness day. It's like, or there was already one and he just like acknowledged it. It was like on the 27th? No. I think it was in November 22nd? I don't know. Something like that. Oh, right. I was gonna talk about, I keep getting off topic. By the way, okay, so I'm like Demon Mama. If you ever want me to talk about something and I get off topic, just remind me, gently remind me. I don't mind reminders. I love reminders. If you want to remind me of to do something, just send a little message so I remember, because I won't remember if I've gone off the rails and it's just like, oh hey, remember what you're gonna talk about, just like, yeah. Wait, why are you saying that? I'm confused. What did I do? I don't remember. I forgot the memory of a goldfish, apparently. Why did you, whatever. I was gonna talk about, why it's so important that you make sure you use the right language when you talk to liberals. Oh yeah. I was really delayed. It's really delayed today. But I was just gonna talk about why it's really important that you choose your language wisely when you talk to liberals. And my personal experience on Twitter with, you know what, I should make a bit on this. I've not posted any bits because I don't edit. I don't know, I don't like editing. I'm tempted to just post the clips on YouTube, just no editing at all, because the person who did edit my last video, yeah, I'm not going to talk about that. It's not there. I'm not going to air out dirty laundry on stream. I don't think that's appropriate, nor responsible at all of me to do. So I'm just not. But long story short, I don't have an editor anymore, and I don't want to edit my own videos because I hate editing. So I was just thinking of posting the thoughts. Thoughts? Oh, I should change the title of the stream. There, I don't think that's a very good title, but I'm not very good at titles anyway, so I don't know. I have no idea if that's even good. Here we go. Okay, I slightly changed it and I added a bit in the description. Okay. Anyways,
Your friend asks for one
I
of
need
your
to stop
fries.
looking at the numbers.
So you say, sure, have a fry,
I'll
but
just
they take
cover that.
at least 7 fries. Because it's never
Yeah,
really
so
just one fry,
basically,
is it?
I'm gonna start
There's a meal for
start
every
the
moment
bit.
on the McDonald's 1,
Okay,
2,
bit
3
time,
dining.
everyone.
Get all your
Recording a
favorite
bit. Yay!
small fries, 4-piece chicken McNuggets,
So I've been trying to do that every stream. I don't always remember, but I'm trying. Trying my best. Anyways, so when I was okay, so I really got into politics around the time of Donald Trump's first impeachment, which was last year, start of last year, 2020. That was when I actually got into politics, and the first time I went onto Twitter and actually was engaging in the politics there. Before that, I didn't really use Twitter, didn't really deal with politics, didn't really look at the news, because it was filled with too many things that made me feel really bad. I just couldn't emotionally or mentally handle that. Like, it's just way too much. So I just, like, kind of shut out the world, and I only really heard about stuff from, like, people telling me. And that was kind of just how I got my news for a while. I didn't really seek it out because it just made me feel too upset. And I just couldn't go through life like that. It was just not something I was a fan of, you know? Anyways, so, I was a lot more Libby back then. I actually self-described myself as a centrist. I don't anymore. I'm very much a leftist now, thanks to one of my relationships. Not gonna go into that. But, yeah, I was a lot more Libby. And, was trying to figure out who I was going to vote for in the Democratic primary because this was the first time I was going to vote because I was 19 at the time. I'm 20 now because I recently had my birthday. But I was looking into who I was going to vote for, and like right off the bat, I was like, I don't really want to vote for Bernie. No offense to Bernie or anything, but okay, especially when I first started looking into things and I first experienced Twitter. Bernie's base really didn't do a great job of like selling him, you know? And like, he's great and all, but he's never been for me. He's not too extreme, don't get me wrong. I like his ideas. I've always liked his ideas. It's just I don't think he picked the right campaign team, because they really fed into the like environment that was Bernie Twitter and like all of his supporters, like at least online anyway. I don't know about in person, because it was soon after I like was really getting into it that everything kind of shut down in my state. Like literally, I went to a meeting for Biden's campaign. I was like that into it. I went to a meeting for his campaign to do like some like organizing. It was on a Thursday, and literally that day they stopped doing in-person events. That day. That was like that night. Like the person who was there with the campaign like literally got a call while we were having our meeting. And she had to decide if she was going to stay in this state or go home. So it was like fucking bananas. Anyways, there was I'm going to also talk a bit more about like before that happened, so just so you can get some context as well. So I really liked Biden right off the bat, but I was like open to other candidates. It's just like I liked Biden just because when I was surprised he was running, first of all, I was very surprised. Two, I looked at his policies and I was like really a fan of them. I didn't really do a lot of reading into them, but like from what other people said, I was like kind of digging his policies. And I also just really liked the speeches that he would make and how he would talk to people and how approachable he seemed. And I really also liked his campaign staff, and I liked his supporters. I just liked the environment that he surrounded himself with. It was just, and then it was also like I was really afraid of Donald Trump winning. Genuinely, like that was something I was genuinely super afraid of, and I was worried that we wouldn't win if Bernie got nominated. That was a fear of mine, especially at the start of the primary, because I knew that, as sad as this sounds, I knew that we probably wouldn't be able to win if we weren't able to get the former Republican part of the voting sphere, because also early numbers showed that despite the fact that Bernie seemed to have a lot of support online and in donations, he didn't really have a very big part of his base that was willing to go out and vote. At least, especially not compared to 2016. Like, it didn't seem like he had the numbers to back up what he was saying either. So, like, it made me really nervous about if he were to win. Like, if we would still be able to beat Donald Trump. Like, that was like one of the main reasons why I wanted Biden to win, because I thought he had the best chance. A lot of that stuff was like things that I kind of thought in the back of my mind that I hadn't really fully processed at the time, but like that I have processed now and that I still agree with to this day. But yeah, okay. I really want to talk and go into specifically what I experienced and saw, and so you can kind of get an idea of what liberals saw of leftists, progressives, people who liked Bernie. See, these people are kind of boomers. a lot of things that people say online, they will take seriously and they will take it personally. Like the whole, Warren is a snake, Pete is a rat. Like, those sorts of things were like, made people feel as though Bernie supporters were rather toxic, because this was mostly coming from Bernie supporters. And also, I don't know if you ever knew this, but they would call him Rose Twitter, because a lot of Bernie people had roses in their profiles. And I'm realizing now that roses mean socialist, not Bernie supporters. But that was their perception. They thought, because it was all of these people up in their DMs, up in their mentions, being rude to them. I'll explain. This one time, I think it was under a Biden post on his Twitter, not sure, but I commented under somebody's comment. Like, commented under somebody's reply. This was before I knew about the IMS code. So, don't attack me for engaging in Twitter discourse. Okay, plenty of people do that. They shouldn't, but they do it. Yeah, but, so, I commented under their post. Just being like, hey, like, what are you doing? Why are you doing it? Like, I was like trying to get an understanding of their like position, which is always something that I've done on Twitter. Like, because I just wanted to understand people's points of view. I wanted to understand them for myself. And I tried to go at it very good faith. I was actually watching Vosh at this point. Actually, I wasn't really, because his Bernie stuff really pissed me off. And I'm like, I'm not a fan of just going in and getting pissed off. But I did like some of his points that he made. Anyways, so I'd done this before with other people. And I've encountered some real crazies. Real crazies doing this, like, seriously. But this one time, it was under a leftist. I know this, because they had like communist someone or whatever in there as their name. They had like maybe like 3,000 followers on Twitter, and at this point I had like maybe 300. And I didn't realize this when I commented under their post, but I soon did discover this, because soon after they retweeted my tweet and sent their army, that's the only way to describe it, to come attack me. And every time the conversation would die down, they'd do it again. And they would misrepresent my argument. And it was really annoying and kind of stressful. 'Cause like, these people were genuinely so toxic. Like, I don't know how else to explain it. Like, I was just trying to understand why they liked Bernie so much, and why they thought that the way they did, and why this, why that. Like, I was just asking why. I was asking for explanations. What I got was, oh, well, you should read this theory, or, oh, well, you haven't read the theory, so you don't get to talk about that, or, oh, well, you're just a racist, or, oh, you shouldn't talk, Mayo. I literally got somebody to call me Mayo on Twitter, and I'm like, bitch, the fuck? I didn't know my skin color dictated what I got to talk about, but okay, I guess. I also got called, I got called all sorts of names. I encountered an ableist, who was basically like, yeah, if you have depression or bipolar, you shouldn't be able to hold public office. Sorry. I'm like, bitch, the fuck? Yeah, and also a lot of this, and I did make some connections from this experience, but most of it was just them attacking me for my ideas. And I'm like, why? Why are you doing this? You're not going to convince me of your ideas if you just come here and attack me. That never works. You're just going to drive me away, and they're like, oh, well, you should just listen to da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, but also, the people that I met through this, later on, I discovered that they were just as toxic, if not worse, at times, for certain things. Like, one thing I remember in particular is somebody who said the last humanist. That was their bio. They kept attacking people on Twitter for their ideas. They're like, oh, well, you're bad because you believe blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, why are you, what the fuck? I thought you said you were different. And they were like, oh, well, you're just, it was so idiotic. And these people, almost every single one of them, thought that Biden was the same as Trump. Dead serious. Or they thought that he was worse than Trump, because apparently incremental change is worse than losing all of your rights. You know? Like, don't you want to lose all of your rights rather than have some incremental change? Because, like, if you get incremental change, it'll just all be taken away. Like, bitch, I'll take incremental change for 4 years over, like, losing all of my rights for 4 years. Thank you very much. Oh, hi, Catherine. Welcome. Yeah, I did not know the leftists were wary of Vote's Twitter. You learn something new every day. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I love that. But also, there was this one Twitter user that I thought was a lot better than everyone. But they legit... Okay, so I don't know what everybody's opinion on, like, the whole Bernie supporters are inherently toxic. I've kind of changed my opinion on to Bernie or busters are inherently toxic, and that's why Bernie's base seems so much more toxic than other people's bases. And other bases, other people's supporters had their issues, but I feel like Bernie's issues were more systemic rather than individual, because, for example, Brianna Greyjoy, that person, I actually used to be friends with her on Twitter. Funny story. But, anyways, not anymore. She's the fucking bitch. But, anyways, she was one of Bernie's staffers, and she would really genuinely feed into the fire. And other staffers, they would feed into the toxicity. And that's why I feel comfortable saying I feel as though Bernie's base was more toxic than other bases, just because his campaign staffers would feed into that toxicity and they would participate. And some people don't agree with my definition of toxicity. They're like, oh, but they're just jokes, they're just memes. I still feel as though there is a level of toxicity coming from those stuff like that, because that's just how people perceive it, or like normies or whatever, like liberals, that's how they perceive it. And so if you were to look at it from like at scale, yes, they would participate in, oh, but Bernie is, but they wouldn't really like always attack these people unless they would attack first. And like, it wasn't a systemic issue. It was more just individuals going and doing this, while Biden's actual campaign staff would discourage that sort of behavior. Yeah, jokes can still be toxic. Yeah, okay, so but I will say one thing, Bernie supporters IRL are super chill. That is something I do know. Yeah, that's what a lot of people said, and why they said that they weren't comfortable with voting for Bernie. Like, there was a lot of people who were like, I'm not voting for Bernie just because of the people he associates with. And like, there was a lot of people, a lot of Biden supporters who genuinely thought that Bernie was an evil person, like was a genuinely bad guy, and they were unwilling to give him the benefit of the doubt. I, on the other hand, actually did some research of my own, and I've come to the conclusion of it wasn't really, I don't really think that Bernie is the cause necessarily. Like, I do think that he is kind of a genuinely okay guy. There are some things that I don't really agree with him as a person, that is. Like, I feel as though people are way too attached to him. I feel like people are too attached to his idea and are unwilling to critique his way of doing politics. Yeah, and they were also Kiri, and they were also interested in engaging in gatekeeping and purity arguments. Yeah. Yeah, it and that there is a part of that, but it is also very important that to note that the reason why people saw his base as so toxic wasn't really because it was just this one very vocal part of his base. It was also because the people at the top, the people that were supposed to be dictating, like, hey, we should be responsible, and who should have been responsible, and like make like showing an example of like what you should be, they instead engaged in that toxic behavior and fed into it, which is why I'm like, that's why his base is inherently toxic, because again, systemic, not individual. You know, like how the idea of having police isn't necessarily a bad idea, but the way that it has been done so far is bad, and it is systemically issued and problematic. There may be individual police officers that are fine, but it overall, right now, needs to change. A lot. True, AOC isn't your friend. I love her. I stan AOC, but I'm not afraid to critique her if she does anything wrong. Okay, so I actually, this one video that I've recently seen of her, talking about the Capitol riots, I don't really, I mean, it's fine if she talks about her trauma and stuff. I just don't think that she should have made so many of those videos talking about the trauma and like that sort of stuff. I don't think it was necessary, and I think it might have just been a little bit over dramatic. No offense to her or anything, but it comes across wrong. Yeah, I mean, okay, I do stan AOC, but again, not afraid to critique her if she does anything wrong. Like, just because I stan her and I think she's a queen doesn't mean that I can't recognize that she has faults. Like, if you want to stan a politician, that's fine, just make sure to do it responsibly. And recognize that they are humans too, and they have faults. Yeah, I can imagine. That's probably also something that I would critique, is just like, at first it was kind of novel, the idea of her streaming, but I feel like it's turned into something that she probably should stop, because it's a bit dangerous for a politician to put so much of themselves out online like that, and it could make them very easily misconstrued. But I mean, like, the idea of her being like a guest on a stream, that's perfectly fine. I think that's perfectly cool. But like her specifically streaming just herself, I'm not so sure. Yeah, she really needs to learn that before she goes any further, but I don't know if she will. It could, because it also could lead to people not voting just because they're just like, oh, but like AOC didn't read my message, like, you know, like stuff like that. It's like something you want to kind of steer clear of. Yeah, I also want to talk about yeah, it was just like so bizarre, and it was also one of the reasons why I've never really liked Bernie. I've never really supported him, but I mean, I think he's fine. Like, he's fine for like an ideology. He's like done a part, he's made speeches, and people have latched on to him, but I feel like he's taken a lot of work from other people and said it was his. And I mean, like, I get that there's like an element of that in politics. I just feel as though there's a lot of people on the left in politics in Congress, like AOC, who could probably be better suited to being like, you know, like somebody to look up to, because they actually get things done. Like, well, Bernie is good for ideology. I don't think he's good for getting things done in Congress specifically, not outside of Congress. He's great at like getting organizing done outside of Congress, speeches, people towards the left. He's great at that. But in Congress specifically, for writing bills and making bills happen, I really don't think... I don't really think he's very effective at that. Personally, anyway. And yeah, he's also stigmatized socialism for a lot of people too, which isn't a great thing. It isn't great, which is... he's really I feel like, despite the fact I don't think he's like talked about it, I feel like he's very much associated the word socialism with communism. Or at least the people who like him have. Which isn't great. Yeah, Bernie is a senator. And it's also like he hasn't gotten a lot of bills passed, which is one of the reasons why I like Biden more than Bernie. Biden has gotten a lot of bills passed. He's like worked with people and like, well, yes, it was kind of worrying to me that he was so insistent on the bipartisanship. It seems to me now that it's mostly talk. They're not going to actually make any changes because they've learned from, well, the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, that curtailing to Republicans isn't necessarily going to make them vote for your thing, because they're little whiny bitches. That's why. Yeah, and like, I think it's also just because Bernie is just so... I don't know what the word is, but he's just very... I don't know. And it's also, it doesn't help that there are things floating around with him, like, talking about communist countries. Like, Cuba. Do you remember that whole scandal where it was just like, yeah, Bernie Sanders said that Cuba was actually not that bad, and people got really upset about that because they did a communism, you know? Like, it doesn't really help that he's kind of been sympathetic to communism. Well, yes, that doesn't really sound like a lot, and it sucks that you have to, like, not do that. It's really important that you, in America at least, you school your speech. You don't talk about communism like you think it's okay. You just don't talk about it if you're gonna talk about this stuff. And you can't really talk about socialism anymore because it's been so associated with communism. It's just like you can't really separate them anymore. Oops. Oh, also, I actually need to tell you about this one thing I remember in particular. So, when I was on Twitter, I noticed it was incredibly difficult to differentiate between a Bernie buster or a Trump supporter. Genuinely. It was genuinely almost impossible. like, often I would misinterpret a Trump supporter as being a Bernie supporter, or Bernie supporter as a Trump supporter. It was fucking bananas. Like, that's why a bunch of centrists say, oh, both sides are at fault, because they see these people who call themselves leftists act like right-wingers. So they're like, so both sides are the same. Both sides have the same amount of toxicity. And that's not okay. We can't let that happen. We need to be careful that we aren't using the same rhetoric that the right is. Gotta be careful. That's why you can't go, oh yeah, Biden isn't any better than Trump. Because Biden is the same as Trump. Or, oh, you're not, oh, I don't like you, you're bad. Or, I'm not gonna vote for you. Like the Democratic nominee, you say that to them, you're gonna seem like a Republican supporter. Let's be fair. You look like a fucking Republican supporter. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Are you an idiot or something? Okay, I probably shouldn't say that. Excuse me, my bad. But what are you doing? Stop. Get some help. Oh, the crime bill. Republicans, Bernie busters. Same talking points. Pedophile thing. That whole thing. Same talking points. Dead serious. It was crazy. That's why it was so hard to differentiate, because they would talk about the same fucking things. it's just like, how am I supposed to differentiate between you two if you talk about the same points in the same way and you have the same points to say about these things? And the crazy thing to me is, oh, they also use the kitchen cages thing on Twitter. Dead serious. They would talk about, oh, but like Obama put kids in cages, so Biden put kids in cages, so you shouldn't vote for Biden because he's the same as Trump. And it's like crazy to me that a lot of the times I would be sent articles that if you read the whole thing, you'd find the article didn't really make the point that the person said it did. I'm like, okay, why'd you send this to me? It doesn't make your point very well, but okay. I don't think that would blow over very well. Mostly just because I think that Trump supporters voted for Trump. They're not gonna vote for an imitation of Trump. They want Trump. They don't want not Trump. So I don't really think that would work. Oh, sidebar. I also think, personally, even though I'm a leftist, I'm a pretty patriotic person. Like, I've got an American flag over there. I love the idea of America. And I feel like leftist shit on America way too much. Like, I get not liking nations, not liking the military because it's like, not liking imperialism, etc., whatever. But like, I feel like it's well-intentioned, but a little bit off what it should be. I think I'll actually talk about this in a different bit, because this bit's been going on for almost half an hour. And I've been just rambling for ages. Well, I'll probably just make another bit about patriotism, because I think it's an important topic to talk about. So, make sure to like and subscribe, comment on the YouTube video, and join the Discord to join the discussion. Thank you so much for watching, and watch the next bit that comes out. Probably it'll be unedited because I don't have an editor. Bye. Okay. Yeah, it is really, really bad optics, in my opinion, to be anti-American in America. Like, I understand it to a degree, but I think leftists go after it way too much.
Piano tuner or plumber. Signing up to accept touch-free payments for your business is easy. Touch-free QR code payments. Shop safe with PayPal.
Oh, okay, so this is crazy, but I swear to fucking God, there were genuinely a fuck ton of Russian bots on Twitter trying to make it look like there was more support for Bernie. Like, that was also one of the reasons why I was like, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with him winning, because it genuinely seemed to me like there was a lot of suspicious activity surrounding Bernie. And then also those Republicans being like, oh, if you don't have to, like, vote for a specific person in your primary to be able to vote the right party or whatever, vote for Bernie so that Trump can defeat him better. Like, and honestly, it feels like a fever dream at this point, because, like, nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about it, and I'm like, why is no one talking about this? Does it just make them look bad or something? Like, it's super, like, it happened. I swear, it did. I sound really crazy, but it did. And then also, something I took issue with was his, how he was funded. It wasn't as transparent as other people and how they got funded. Shadow Pack. It's just like, what are you hiding? I want to know. Like, why is it like that? Yeah. And crazy thing. Okay, so under Biden's tweets, full of hate, full of it, even though I was subscribed to Biden supporters, full of toxicity, full of attacks, just full to the brim of bots too. Under Bernie's tweets, nothing but positivity. Shit, dead serious, it was crazy. Like, it was crazy to compare Biden tweet, Bernie tweet during the primaries. Like, it was like night and day. So fucking bizarre. Yeah, I don't know if any of you were like online or like noticed this at all, but this is like my experience online on Twitter. I can't get you any citations because I don't know where to find them, but I swear to God it happened. I swear, okay, it happened. I'm not crazy, okay? I have a good memory. I promise I have a good memory. I genuinely sound like I'm fucking bananas. But yeah, it's just like, it was wild to be on Twitter at that time, because like, if often it felt like there were things that were being dug up on Twitter that just no one was willing to talk about, like at all. Like specifically about Bernie, because it always felt like, oh hi Annabelle. Oh, she's gone. It genuinely just felt like they were always bashing Biden and just ignoring Bernie until like a very specific point. Specifically, South Carolina, the debate before that, that was when things got serious. Like, that was the turning point. Because, like, before that, every news organization was basically like, oh, Biden's campaign is dead in the water. Like, he should drop out. Like, why is he still in the race? Like, he doesn't care about his supporters because he left this place early. Like, there was a group of Bernie supporters who fucking brought a coffin to one of his rallies because it represented his campaign being dead. Dead serious, that happened. Like, it still blows my mind that happened, and it genuinely still feels like a fever dream. Like I said before, it feels like it didn't happen. Like, how the fuck did that happen? Yeah. Also, a lot of arguments that people made was they didn't think that Bernie could beat Trump. The last time that someone as left as he got like somebody like really progressive. I don't remember his name, but it was like a landslide victory for Republicans. Like every state went red. I was like, fucking bananas. It's just like people were afraid of what would happen if he got nominated. Because they were afraid he was too far left and it would cause a landslide for Trump. That's what they were afraid of. They were afraid that the Republicans would use enough fear tactics to get their base out to vote en masse. I was afraid of that too. Like, when you're afraid of losing more rights, it's pretty serious, you know? Oh, I can smell food. Oh, it smells so good. Okay, wait, hold on. I was gonna talk about patriotism, correct? Okay, let me write that down. In my little notebook.
Trouble with love is. What a trouble with love is.
Bad handwriting whenever I'm writing very fast. Like, look at that. Atrocious. Yeah, okay. I think I mentioned this before, but there were a lot of Biden supporters who said that they refused to vote for Bernie if he was nominated. Because they couldn't bring themselves to vote for him. Because he was just so against their beliefs. not his policies, by the way. A lot of people were criticizing his policies for seeming not well thought out and just sort of ideas. That was the main critique that people had of his policies. It felt like he was just kind of using other people's policies if he had anything detailed at all. And Biden had very detailed policies, well thought out, had like all the information you could ever want. Especially after Bernie dropped out. Like, who man? Mary Lou? Would you like to make a little stream appearance down here? No? You're just gonna get some food? Okay. Well, to be fair, I think some people were also worried that some people felt as though those far left people wouldn't turn out at all because they hadn't really been turning out for Bernie in numbers. Like, it seemed like a lot of people were saying they would vote for him, or like they supported him, but then wouldn't go vote. Like, that was the perception, because it seemed like he had all this support, but where are his votes? You know? And also, okay, so at first, I also didn't like Bernie, because I thought that it was him that was causing the issues with his supporters being toxic. But doing more research into it, I realized that it wasn't him. He was actually fine. He's an old guy. He's got old guy issues. But he's generally fine. It seems as though more likely that he just had people who he didn't realize who they really were when he hired them, or whoever hired them. And it was just probably the pool that he was pulling from was kind of had more toxic people than if he were to be pulling from like an IRL catalog, if you will. Because I feel like mostly Bernier busters would have applied to get the positions on his campaign staff, which then leads to them being Bernier busters and inherently toxic, so that didn't really help. So it feels more like a product of purity testing, gatekeeping, that sort of stuff. And it just kind of fed in on itself and stuff like that. Yeah, it's what it seems like. It seems like, at least in IRL politics, Democrats have kind of come up with a mostly unified front. I feel like the only person who isn't on the damn train is Nancy Pelosi, so she needs to get the fuck off. We have to wait till the next midterm for her to get the fuck off, but yeah. Yeah, so I feel like mostly everybody is on board with the unity message of progressives and liberals working together. What? No, indeed. It feels like there's mostly a unified front, but there are some people who just aren't really with the program yet, but they're getting there. They're getting there. Oh man, I could smell food and it's really distracting me. Oh, let me see if the food's done. I asked my mom. We'll have to wait and see. I'll probably go and take out the trash too, just so that I can not make her freak out. Oh, look, she did make an appearance. There's Mary Lou. Oh, she's on the couch. But yeah. It's also like, people get really defensive whenever you talk about like the military and call the military something like imperialist or inherently wrong or inherently violent. And I mean, like, I get it. I get it. I get it. Like, don't like the idea of the US going and fighting wars in places, but most of the army is dedicated to humanitarian efforts, not necessarily fighting wars. Well, I mean, at least some of it anyway. And like, national security is a really important thing because there are nations that want to destroy us and control us. And that is just a fact of life. And there are people who are hurting out there that need help. And sometimes that help needs to go through war zones to get to them, so... yeah. Yeah, remember 1996? You remember Al Gore? True. Yeah. It just, like, really genuinely annoys me whenever leftists get really, like, laser focused about trash talking America. Like, I get it. America isn't perfect. But nowhere else is. No country is perfect. Wow, what a shocker. Every country has its flaws. Every country, because honestly, the way that leftists talk about America, you would think that America was the worst country ever. Like, and all the other countries are like, sort of perfect. Especially like Europe and like Scandinavia and all that. Like, for the longest time, I didn't realize that Britain was actually super transphobic. Like, super! But yeah, all countries have their flaws. Doesn't make what they do that is good any less good. I mean, other than like dictatorships, that's a very different topic.
Your friend asks.
I feel like leftists fall into the trap way too often of equating things. Of like making things seem similar when they're really not.
There's a meal
Like,
every moment on the McDonald's $1-2-3 menu. Get all your
I can't even think of it. Like, making it sound like all of Europe is great, it's fantastic, it's wonderful, like, it's like a utopia there. Like, that's what it sounded like to me, and it sounded like America was a shithole. Like, I don't think that's okay to talk like that, because it's not. Like, there are other countries that are in a much worse positions, worse off than America is. Yeah, me too. Me too. Me too. But it's not true. It's not true. Every country has its flaws. Every country has work to do to get better. Honestly, I'm not so sure how I feel about the whole, oh, only in America is Joe Biden considered anyway left. Like, and like a lot of people would say, oh, but Bernie is center in places other than America. And like, I understand there's like a big spectrum of leftists, but like, it makes it sound like basically Joe Biden is the same as Trump again. Because you're equating them. Like, and I understand comparisons are very important things that we should do to, like, relate things. But that's what it comes across as. When you say shit like, oh yeah, it's different in everywhere but America. It's like, no the fuck it isn't. Stop. Please. You're killing me. Stop. Yeah, because I feel like that's done a lot of damage to... specifically liberals' perceptions of leftists. Leftists would say that all the time, constantly. Like, oh, but Bernie's actually center, though. And Biden's actually right. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, don't do that. Like, even if you think you're right, I don't give a shit. I don't fucking care. Because a lot of people negatively connotate the right. Specifically, the right. So, like, if you say somebody is right, a lot of people will assume you're saying they are bad. That's very simplified, but I'm kind of trying to simplify it right now. It just feels like we need to stop essentializing things so much. Yeah, Biden is doing well. It's just like, whenever you get into territory of saying, oh, but the politics is different elsewhere, people just kind of get irritated at you because they're like, I don't give a shit. I live here. I don't care what it's like other places. It's just like, I can't exactly change the politics of the US. And like, also, I've kind of looked into it, and it seems like other countries are kind of in the same boat as America. People perceive right and left basically the same. There are different, like, political parties, sure. The government is set up differently, sure. But left and right are kind of universal ideas. I mean, like, generally speaking. It's a lot more complicated than that. But, like, if you want to be talk about things basically like that, you've got to keep in mind that if you're going to do that, it's kind of the same everywhere. In my opinion, anyway. At least it seems like it. Like, and maybe some policies are better, some things are better, but like, if you kind of equation it out, it's kind of the same. Just saying. Like, there's ups and downs. Maybe, like, there are some things that are generally better in other places than others, but there's always, like, sections where it could be better. And it's not. And that's just, like, a fact of life. Things are a lot more complicated than you want them to be. It makes it really difficult to talk about things. But I think that some leftists should really make more of an effort of, like, talking about things with their full nuance. Like, in my opinion, Biden is left of center. Like, he's left of center. Like, cause like, in my mind, lib is kind of like, it takes like half of center and then left of center, like over here. And then there's the rest of the left. And then there's like, moderate Republicans and then everyone else. So that's kind of how I see it in my head. If you're just going to use left and right, that's how I see it in my head. I feel like it's valuable to like use it for just very general things, but not like specific things to try to understand ideologies. But yeah, I think it's important that we don't say that libs are the same as moderate Republicans, because they're not. No offense to anyone who thinks that. It's just they're not. I'm sorry. They're not. Yeah. Well, okay, I wasn't trying to make it sound like I'm saying, oh, the military only does good. No. I'm just trying to say that I feel like people miss the full scope of, like, it. Like, I'm from a military family, so I've just been very exposed to the military itself and, like, what it does. And it's a tool. It's not inherently evil, like a lot of people say it is. And I feel like a lot of people say it is inherently evil because of how it has been used. And while yes, there can be an argument to be made that maybe a tool can be inherently evil, but I just don't think that's right. Yeah, I prefer conservative Democrats over any conservative any day. And in my opinion, they're at least slightly to the left. Like, if you call them on the right, I just feel like you're saying they're the same as Republican, conservative, moderate Republicans. Because I just don't think, I don't think that's how it works. I genuinely don't think it is. Like, at least they'll vote for Democrat shit. Like, at least they'll do that. Like, the fuck? Like, at least they're slightly better than Republicans. Like, you gotta take all the W's that you can, you know? And I think that it's better that if we take people with us and not push people away, you know? Because if we say, oh, but conservative Democrats are conservatives or are like conservative Republicans, you're pushing them away. You're saying, we don't want you, you're not welcome here, go away. I don't think that's okay. I don't think it's okay. I think it's pushing away plenty of people who could have been pulled further to the left. Again, you attract more ants with honey than you do with salt or vinegar or whatever. You know? Be nicer to people. That's what I have to say. Yeah, but I should probably do more research on the military because, like, I don't really feel comfortable with talking at length, in depth about it because I feel like I'm missing information. But I'm just kind of giving you my thoughts as they are now with the information that I do have at my disposal currently. My opinion could change. I don't know. But I feel like as though we probably should also respect our veterans more, because we kind of shit on them, like, policy-wise. Just saying. That's all. That's all I want to say. I don't know. I'm not a military expert. I've never served in the military. I just have family who's in the military. I don't know. Genuinely, I have no idea. But, okay, I will say one thing though. Right now, I think that we probably shouldn't significantly downsize the military. I do definitely think that the funding should go to other things that isn't just weapons. Maybe it should be going more towards climate-proofing areas. Doing things that only the military really can do very effectively, like, okay, so, while, yes, it is good to, like, give money to humanitarian efforts, they can't really do things on force like the military can, because it just has more manpower and more, yeah, and also, it's just, like, there is the threat of Russia and China and other countries that are very militaristically strong and shitty to their people. That is a very real threat that we have to take into account. Until... Yeah. Yeah. I just don't think that taking away a lot of the power that the military has right now is a very good idea at this current moment, because it could just make us look weak, and you don't really want that. I would rather not have to go to war with China or Russia, thank you very much. Yeah. Although I do think that there should be a lot of reform done to the military and how they spend their funds. And maybe take away some of that funds and put it into other better suited things. However, I really don't think that we should do a lot of taking away things from the military, because I think that would just be detrimental to security of everybody on this planet that we call home. Yeah. And there also are things that the US does. Yeah. There also are things the US does that is very important for keeping the peace, like providing support and aid to the good guys. I'm just using quotation marks. Like providing aid and support to communities of people who just want to live their lives and are having their lives threatened by outside forces or just forces in that country that are threatening to kill them. You know? Like, I do think that stuff like that is very important to keep the idea that there are certain human rights that every human should be given and not have those taken away, you know? Like the rights to liberty, happiness, the pursuit of happiness, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. There you go. Honestly, if the founders were alive today, they would be like sickened by the idea that there are anti-maskers, because anti-maskers are essentially anti-life. Just saying. Like, they're genuinely threatening other people's abilities to live their lives. Like, that's so stupid. That should be illegal. Like, what the fuck? Anyways. Like, it's whatever. But yeah. And, like, there's so much gray space in, like, politics and this whole discussion sort of thing. There's so much gray space. It's, like, wild. And sometimes when you watch leftists, it kind of feels as though there's, like, a right and a wrong. That's how it sometimes feels to me anyway, whenever I watch other leftists. I'm just like, it feels like you're just saying that this thing is wrong and this thing is right. And well, yes, there are certain things that I'm like, yeah, there is a right and there is a wrong. More often than not, though, there is a could be right, could be wrong. I don't know.
Cashback match. Only by Discover Card. Learn more at discover.com/match. Discover. Something brighter.
This is Sarah's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
Driving cross country with 2 young children is ambitious. To say
Yeah.
Then
It kind of sucks that that's how the world is set up, but I can't really do a lot about it right now.
turned out it was a faulty sensor. They referred us to a great mechanic just down the street, and we
I don't even know how you would start to fix a problem like that. Oh, if you haven't liked the stream, make sure to do so. Maybe I'll talk about patriotism next stream. I'm getting real tired. Been going for almost like 2 hours just talking. Yeah. I will say though that it kind of sucks that that is the state of the world. It shouldn't be that way, but what you gonna do? Honestly though, if that's the world we live in, at least Russia, at least America has rights for people, generally speaking, not completely, but at least they have like the idea of rights. Okay, so in China it's basically illegal to be gay still. Also in Russia it's illegal to have pride flags. So obviously it's illegal to be gay. And it's also illegal to be religious, like personally religious in these 2 countries. I think. I'm not sure if that's still the case, but that's how it was like a few years ago. Dead serious. It was just illegal to be not the state religion. Yeah, foreign policy is pretty tricky. I don't know a lot about it, to be perfectly honest with you, but if we were comparing global powers, America is honestly one of the best places. If it's just Russia and China and America, America is honestly the best place, which is kind of sad. A little bit. Tiny bit. Could be better though. Oh, did you know that the Christian nationalism of the US is mostly like stuff like God, in God We Trust, is stuff like that, like stuff that references God and like religion and stuff. It wasn't there in our government or in our texts for the government or even government buildings or in schools or anything like that. It wasn't in there until the Red Scare. Bet you didn't know that. Like when I found that out, I was like, "Oh man, that's kind of gnarly." And also sucks. Yeah, Jamaica just sounds like it's... Oh my god. I just realized something. Because Jamaica is so close to America, like, geographically, Russia and China could be just trying to butter them up, the Jamaican officials up, so that they could basically build, like, a little military hub there so they can attack America better. That's kind of a scary thought. Yikes! Oh, I can smell food! I'm hungry! But I don't think it's done yet because my mom's not texted me back. Should I just go downstairs and check the food? I'm gonna take out the trash and stuff. I'm glad this camera doesn't see every single pore in my face, because that would suck. Because I have a lot of acne. Can't see from over here. Oh, you just got back when I was just about to leave. I'll be right back, though. I'm just gonna go check food, because I'm, like, super hungry. And I'm also gonna go take out the trash so my mom doesn't yell at me. I'll be right back. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
My best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. I saw no shadow. I looked around, searched every building and home that I found. I saw no shadow, but felt a glow. The warmth inside me, it kept me afloat. It felt like heaven had found my bones and gave me comfort when I feel alone. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. If I fall, break my bones, I will scream even louder. 'Cause I'm not dying alone. I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. My best friend to 23. I heard the heavens crying above me. They gained an angel, I lost a friend. I felt like dying again and again. I went through hell, stared at death, but I keep fighting with each living breath. I saw no way out from where I stood. Felt like the fire had burned me through. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. If I fall, break my bones, I will scream even louder. 'Cause I'm not dying alone. I lost my best friend.
I have returned. Hi. Hello, everyone. Good question. I don't know. I would like to know the answer to that question as well. I don't even know what's going on with my acne. I just got a lot. I've got cysts right here. It's just awful. Hi, everyone. I'm so glad you guys tune in. Y'all's is awesome. No parasols or anything, no.
You want a Diet Coke from McDonald's for
Just like, I enjoy
and then you realize
seeing that I've got regular viewers. It makes me happy.
Soft drink deal. Any size soft drinks are always $1. Only on the McDonald's.
What sort of research are you doing, Graham?
Any credit card can offer cash back, but only Discover matches all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year. It's like getting one of those birthday cards that's shaped like cash, so you already know there's cash inside before opening it. But in this case, it's stuffed with your first year cash back match, and you don't even have to send a thank you note. Cashback match. Only by Discover Card. Learn more at discover.com/match. Discover. Something brighter.
After I broke up with 2020,
Oh, apparently Vosh isn't streaming today, so that's fun. I'm trying to decide if I want a game now. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm pretty sure that the Republicans Party's gonna split. Definitely. Especially in Georgia. Okay, so story time. So the Georgia polls, if you ever see a poll about Georgia voters, it has been the most accurate polled state out of all the states. So if you see a poll for Georgia, you could pretty much assume that it's kind of reflective of the actual state itself by like 1 or 2 percentage points. Yo, if you want, you could totally do my TikTok, because I fucking suck at TikTok. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But I do have a TikTok. I mostly just follow queer people on TikTok, because I mostly just follow queer people and hot women. I have needs. That being, I want to look at pretty women. I'm a lesbian, what can I say? Strong lesbian energy, I think. I like to think that I put off that, but I don't really think so, because I've been asked out more than once by guys, and I hate it so much. I'm just like, please stop. No, leave me alone. Yeah, I want to do more politics on Twitter, TikToks, but I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm doing. I also need an editor, and I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. Should I put up a poll to see what people want? Yeah, mood. I just like feminine people. It's a problem. So if you're wondering why I'm looking over here, it's because my chat is over here. I've got another screen over here. That's what I'm doing right now. Oh, this is my food. Very healthy. This is cheese broccoli. It's so good. I don't know why, but Green Giant cheese broccoli in the microwave is delicious. I will eat the shit out of it. Cold, but still good. I don't know what that means to Storytime TikTok. I sound like a boomer and I'm only 20. Alright, I was gonna ask if you wanted me to do a poll on like... I was gonna ask if you wanted me to do a poll on like, to see if you wanted me to try to find an editor or edit my bits, or just if it's cool if I just post the raw bits. I really need like an end credits scene because I don't have that. Should just draw something. I don't know. I'll think about it. If I decide to do it, I'll probably post it tomorrow. No! That's unnecessary. Okay. Okay, so I use Microsoft Edge. I just saw on this feed, because it normally gives you like news, Senator Josh Hawley puts feet on desk during Trump impeachment trial, enraging viewers. I'd be pretty enraged if I saw that. What's your guys' thought on you say yes, upload raw VODs? Yeah, that's what I want to do. And then maybe in the future, if somebody like wants to edit my VODs, like I can just send them the I can edit them. I don't know. Just thoughts. I don't know why I opened this though. I opened it for a reason. I don't remember it. It's late. Okay? It's been a long day. I don't know why. Long day of doing nothing. That's what it's been. Hey, sometimes nothing can be really tiring. Just saying. I think I'm also tired because I haven't eaten a lot this today. I'm trying to rectify that with my little mukbang here. Let's figure out what this is. That's a good one, I like that. I like that. That's good. I'm really hoping that my efforts to reach out to panels is successful. I'm really nervous about it. I'm nervous about it not working. That's what I'm nervous about. Because I just want to be able to grow, you know? I want, because I know that people like my content, like you guys like my content, so clearly there's a demand or whatever. There's people who will watch me if they know I exist, you know? It's just like getting my name out there is a bit tricky. Oh, I don't know if you've actually noticed this, but I have actually done a bit of a rebrand. I've been thinking about priority ideas and suggestions of a new name, and I decided to rebrand, and my new name is Stargazing Star, because I thought that that fit really nicely with my thumbnails. Aww, thanks guys, you guys are so nice. I think so too. Well, I mean, I hope so anyway, but so far it seems like people really like my personality. You know, the thing that really inspired me to start streaming was being told that people were surprised that I wasn't a streamer. When I went on Demon Mama's stream the first time, people were like, "Oh, I didn't know you didn't stream. I thought you streamed. Like, it seems like you streamed." Like, I was like, maybe I should stream. That was kind of my thought process. No, I'm not. Well, I do actually have to switch the profile picture for my YouTube. I keep forgetting. I'm gonna just use the same one that I'm using for my Discord, because I don't want to draw another one. That's basically why. Aw, thanks, Birdie. I'm glad you like it. I had to really think about it because I wanted to make sure that Stargazer was the first part of my name, because a lot of people pick what they're gonna call you by the first part of your name. This is actually the first time I've ever changed my name on Discord. I actually changed my name on Discord. This is the first time I have changed my name on Discord since I picked the name Sylvia_Stargazer. Which is crazy to me, because that was like 3 years ago. Oh wait, I just realized! Oh, I just realized something. we can have Vosh when we want intensity. I love our chill streams. I have so much fun. Cause I do enjoy Vosh's streams and Demon Mama's streams. I just think that they get really too intense for me sometimes, that I just need to click off, or like they get into too like uncomfortable topics for me. Cause like I really get when I watch stuff that's like, it feels like it's, or they talk about something that doesn't really have a solution or even like a path to creating a solution, it feels like these are important topics to talk about, but it makes me feel like I'm focusing on too much on the negatives, when you should really make sure that you're focusing enough on the positives of life and like focusing more on things that you can actually change, you know? Things you can actually do to change the world around you. Yeah, turned down for what? No. Yeah, and I do also think that there is a big need for more. I think there is a big need for leftists in the YouTube space, but also leftists in general that are more tame in how they talk about topics and like make things more approachable, and it doesn't make it you feel like you have to read all this theory. Like, well, reading theory is great, it's fantastic, it's wonderful for the people that it works for. Unfortunately, most people out there don't have the time to read theory. Most people are watching YouTube just to unwind. They're not looking for getting attacked. They're not looking for being told their ideology is wrong. So maybe more talking about why this ideology is better, or why giving the facts and the statistics on it, and like just talking about what could be done is better, and not just moralizing things and like saying, oh, you're wrong and bad for believing this. You know, it's just like, whatever. It's just like, because that turns off a lot of people to politics, and leftists in particular, because a lot of leftists are rather young. I'm rather young, don't get me wrong, but rather young also in the sense that they don't school their language in a way that is approachable and is like comfortable for people to watch and engage with. Because like, it honestly, if it wasn't for a relationship of mine, I probably never would have gone further left. Because it was just not approachable to me, you know? Like, I never really got the answers that I was looking for. Because it always devolved into what felt like I was being attacked, which isn't how you're going to convince people of anything. If you want to convince people of anything, you've got to answer their questions, and you have to treat them respectfully and kindly. Yeah, so a lot of lefties are really alienating, which is sad, because the ideas behind what they're doing is great. I agree with them. It's just I don't agree with their methods, per se. I feel like they have a lot of work to do when it comes to language and convincing people of their ideas, as sad as this is. It's just like, a lot of leftists just don't really think about, well, if I was somebody and I had this idea, how would this make me feel? Because, well, yes, feels over reals is kind of cringe, bro. It is important to keep into account how people will feel about what you say. Because if you want somebody to listen to you, you can't just attack them. Because then they'll just shut down. They'll just ignore you. And I mean, most people will just ignore you and shut you down if you just disagree with them. Yes, give it that, I give you that. But you're still alienating the people that don't do that, but get pushed away by just being told these things in such a harsh way, you know? Also, I remember very vividly this one time Bosch was saying we need any more patriotic leftists in leftist spaces. Because, like, if we had a leftist that was more patriotic and more, like, visibly patriotic, maybe there would be more people who were patriotic feeling more comfortable in the leftist space. Which is a role I'm hoping to fill. I mean, you can't really tell that I'm super patriotic, but I love stories. Love stories. And I think that the story of America is very fascinating. And I love the idea of freedom. Freedom is great. I love freedom. And I love the idea of everyone equal and fighting against a greater power. Not because it's easy, but because it's the right thing to do. And I mean, yes, some people will argue with me that, oh, that wasn't what they were doing. They were elitists. Blah, 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 blah. Listen, I know, but it's the idea that I like. I am patriotic about the idea. I do need a massive American flag. I would love a massive American flag. I'd put that shit up behind there. It'd be back in my back. I'd put it over that Dalek right there. I put it on the wall. I actually have a constitution, if you believe me. And I have some posters I was gonna put up on the wall over there that's like, ooh, vote. Blah blah blah. It looks really cool and patriotic and stuff. One day I'll have, you know what, I'll write that down. These are two different notebooks, by the way. I just have that to organize there. Are you back? Sorry, it wouldn't be a star stream without some technical difficulties. That was odd. I don't know why it did that. We're back now. Yay! We're back, everybody! Hello! Welcome back. I'm glad you didn't leave. Glad you didn't leave. Anyways, I'm surprised that happened. I don't know what that was. It was like a gateway or something? I don't know. But yeah, I'm glad it fixed itself. Wouldn't be a star stream without technical difficulties, as I just said before. Anyways, I was just writing down that I should get a big American flag in my notebook. If you're wondering why this has a cross on it, this was a gift given to me, and I'm not gonna let it go to waste. It's a nice notebook. Got a lot of paper in it. But I'm not just gonna throw it away. my notebook? You think my notebook's on brand? Or my disconnecting was on brand? Because that is on brand, I do agree. I don't know about the notebook, though. I feel like my brand is more unspoken thoughts. It is a nice notebook. It's like a book. It's got like binding and shit. Yeah, it is on brand. It was on brand. I do agree with that. Yeah. Very on brand. I think that's happened almost every stream. I can't think of a time it hasn't happened. Have I ever gone on a stream and not... Oh, I should probably close my door. Hold on, give me a second. Oh I almost forgot to start the music again. I was confused as to why it was so quiet. Okay. Basically what I was saying before I disconnected was I'm hoping to fill the space that is where lefty who is patriotic, that space, because I feel like there is a need for that. And I feel like a lot of people are turned off leftists' ideology because they feel as though it is inherently anti-American or it's inherently anti-religion, you know, anti-military, anti-this, anti-that. Because, like, a lot of people do say that. They say that they're anti-military, anti-American, anti-Christian. And I'm just like, no. I do technically identify as Christian. Although I'm not really, like, I don't really go to church. I just believe in God. I use the Bible as my guide. But I don't believe in everything in the Bible. That's how I believe. Yeah, that is another thing also. She is not very palatable because she does, from the outside at least, she seems like another leftist. To me anyway. Watching her. She doesn't really seem very approachable. And like, when she is, she's really... It's really hard to tell if she's being serious or not. It's really hard to tell if she's just memeing or not. Because, like, she does a lot of things that's just a meme that she doesn't actually believe in. But I mean, well, yes, sure, whatever. You can do whatever you want. I don't really give a shit. I don't think that that's really what is going to attract people who are, like, patriotic. Yeah, she shits on them a lot. And I don't think that's going to cause any libs to want to be on your side. No offense or anything. And I mean, like, I understand, like, it's like, oh, but, like, everybody's bad, or, like, everybody has issues. Like, yeah, I get that. Like, I do agree everyone has issues. However, I feel like leftists do way too much. Shit on lips way too much. Really? She kind of pushed me a bit right, too, actually, honestly. Especially in the early days. Yeah, I feel like she was for a very particular audience, not really for a very broad audience. Not to say that I want a broad audience, but if I have one, that'd be nice, but like, I don't really want a very fast chat, because I wouldn't be able to keep up with it, first of all. It'd be cool, but I'm not so sure if I'm into it. Yeah, I like her a lot now that I have the nuance, but... Yeah, she did. But, I just don't think that she's a very good gateway to leftism. Because a lot of people, again, like what I was saying before, a lot of people are turned off by leftism by them being anti-lib, anti-American, anti-military. Like, a lot of people get very defensive, or anti-religion, whenever, a lot of people get very defensive around these topics. So it's very important that you don't basically say, oh, it's wrong if you believe this or that. Well, I mean, to a certain degree, I think it's wrong if you believe that a woman shouldn't have the choice to get an abortion because you're just exerting your will on others, and I don't think that's right. I was pulled off the right pipeline by Bosch, and then I was pulled further left by a personal relationship. Yeah, I have never liked Destiny nor Jimmy. I've never liked either of them. Destiny always put me off too. Like, he was always a bit too harsh. He just gave me the bad vibes. But, I mean, if you watch Destiny, you're welcome here too. I don't care. I don't mind. I mean, if you watch whoever, I don't really give a shit. Like, that's your business, not mine. Although, I do question your sanity if you engage in Destiny's fan base. That's where I draw the line. But that sounds impressive. Not many people can do what you have. I will say that. Not many people are like that, and many people just need a little push in the right direction. Like me, for example. I just didn't realize that the people who I looked up to just didn't actually cite citations, because they said they did, so I just kind of believed them, and I probably shouldn't have done that. That sounds like, that does not sound like realistic. I'm hoping to help some people see that leftism doesn't necessarily have to be anti-lib or anti-American or anti-military or anti-patriotism. I want more people to see that. I'm not necessarily going for the people who are like that, like in the leftist space. Those aren't the people I'm shooting for. I'm shooting for the people who aren't that or aren't to the leftist space yet. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, I do have beef with Idpol. I think it's stupid. And tokens, like, no. Just, no. You don't need to do that. No. But, yeah, I mean, well, it's just like, I feel like more people need to realize that to be leftist, you don't have to be anti all of these things, and you don't have to be against America as a country, or whatever. You don't have to worship Bernie, you don't have to think that Obama's a war criminal. Like, make leftism as a concept more approachable for people who are more libby, more centrist, you know? Or even conservative Republicans. That too. That works too. Like, I personally think that anybody's allowed here just as long as they're respectful of of other people, that they engage in good faith, and they don't attack or harass anyone. And also, there is no homophobia, no racism. We're not doing that. I'm not playing. I'm not messing around. That's not allowed. Like, I mean, if you want to be racist, if you want to be rude to people, sure. No, not sure. Don't go do that. Not good. Don't do that. Don't be naughty. But I just personally think that we would be living in a lot better of a world if we were just respectful of each other's boundaries and just respectful of each other in general, you know? Yep, they do. They do that. Holy shit, that is such a progression and a half. Jesus Louise. I didn't do that. I didn't really ever go to straight. Are Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder white nationalists? If they are, then I did, but not then. It's just a very chill stream. We're just having a chat. Alright, cool. Then I did go to white nationalists. Sorry, my phone buzzed and I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck do you want? I did not watch him. Also, in my Discord, or my community, if you read theory, like, good for you. But I'm never going to use me reading theory against someone. I don't really have time to read theory. Most people, most normies anyway, don't really have time to read theory because they've got like jobs, lives, and they only have a certain amount of time every day to dedicate to like politics and news and stuff. That is yikes and a half. Wow. But yeah, I think that it's stupid that people who read theory just kind of sometimes just lord it over others, because some people just don't have the time, and that should be fine. We shouldn't be harassing people who don't have the time to do that, because we live in a capitalist society, and unfortunately some people just don't have the luxury of being able to read whatever the hell they want whenever the hell they want. Some people have jobs that they have to go to like every day, all day, basically. And sometimes, and people who just don't have time other than when they're driving or whatever. Yeah. That too, because theory isn't necessarily very approachable because of the language a lot of theory uses. It confuses people. I mean, it confuses me. and I consider myself pretty, intellectually rounded? Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't often have the spoons to read theory. Or sometimes I just don't even have the time. Like, I've got other things planned. You know? And like, well, it's well and good that people read theory, and it's great that that stuff is out there for people to read. It's just like, that's not a really approachable way of bringing people towards the left, in my opinion. It needs to be more accepted that some people just don't have the time to read theory. Or read very much theory anyway. And like, we need to figure out ways to make these ideas more digestible and comprehensible, and not blocked behind this wall of, oh, you have to read this book to understand it, really. Like, that was something I was told when I was talking about that Twitter thing. I was told by a user who's like, oh, you should just read theory and you would know. You just read this and you would know. And I'm like, can you tell me? They're like, no, I can't. I'm like, I don't have the time to read theory. I'm sorry. I don't have I don't have hours and hours to spend on trying to read theory. Yeah. And if I ever read theory, I'll definitely try to put into a video in an easily digestible format so that people can kind of more understand and comprehend it themselves, and like try to give it like a unbiased summary perspective thingy, whatever. Well, and that is hard, and it is important to try to read your sources, or like cite people, or like make sure that they're what they're saying makes sense and connects to what they're using as a source. Unfortunately, most people don't really have the time to do that. I mean, I try to do it too, but also sometimes I just don't have the time to double check to make sure that something that sounds right to me is right. Most of the time, I just check to see if something that doesn't sound right to me, to see the sources of that, you know? Yeah. That's my opinion. And that's kind of another thing that I'm like frustrated about with the left. It's just like, it doesn't feel like an approachable ideology at times. Even though I'm on the left, does it feel approachable? Because like, when you go, hey, and you ask questions, sometimes it feels like you're attacked for not knowing the answers already and asking them, which is stupid. Like, we're all trying to find the truth. Nobody should be attacked for not knowing things. Everybody's still learning, still growing, still changing. There's nobody who knows everything, and nobody should be harassed for not knowing something. Like, who cares if they've never heard of this? Show it to them, teach it to them. Don't just harass them. Yeah, it'd make things so much easier, but what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create a space that's more friendly to neolibs and people who are not just leftists
Your friend
online.
asked for one of your fries.
Just one, I promise.
So you say,
Yeah.
sure, have a fry.
And I'm hoping that
Take
maybe
at
I
least
can, in making the space, I can make people feel more comfortable with identifying themselves as being leftist.
meal. There's a meal for every
Because
moment from
it's just
McDonald's
really
1, 2, 3
frustrating
dollar
sometimes to
menu.
just see all of this
Now
infighting. You're
available
just like, would
with
you
double
please
small
just
fries,
knock
or
it
crispy
off?
nuggets, and
Who the
chicken
fuck
for just
cares? Who fucking cares? Because I don't.
Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any offer or combo meal.
Yeah. And I think that also the infighting really distracts from the whole, the point of the left, which is helping people. Which is like giving them a better option than the right. Or, I mean, there's more to it than that. I don't know why I was making it so simple. But, like, most of people's points of being on the left is because it's a better ideology. It's more helpful. It helps more people. It leads to more greater happiness or whatever. It leads to more life fulfillment than right-leaning ideologies. Hi, welcome to the stream, Lazy Paradox. Oh, I'm so glad you could join us. Oh my gosh, a new person. We haven't had a new person in ages. Welcome, welcome. So glad you could make it. I was just complaining about the left. Lovely stuff. Honestly, I wish that the leftists were less attacky, just because I feel like it really dilutes the point of what they're talking about. Like, it makes black people seem bad, it makes people with disabilities seem bad, it makes people who are LGBTQ seem bad, because if you go so aggressively, it makes these groups seem bad if you're trying to defend them, you know? Just saying. It does. And that harkens back to my point of, like, making things more approachable to people is very important to make people feel more, like, able to identify in that sphere, you know? I don't know why I'm talking about this. I feel like I'm just ranting now. I'm just going off on a rant. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Oh, if you haven't liked the stream yet, make sure to like the stream and subscribe to my channel so that you know when I'm going live, or join the Discord. Join the discussion! Yeah, I think so too, especially out of conservatives. People on the left really genuinely, a lot of them, like, just assume bad faith of conservatives, which I think is the wrong way to go about it. And also, like, people who are supportive of, like, Donald Trump, I think that people are way too, like, offensive, like, they assume too many things, and they just assume that they're bad faith, and they assume all these things, whereas we're, like, genuinely, I'm pretty sure that most Donald Trump supporters are just ignorant. Genuinely, that's what I think. I just think that they're ignorant, or willfully or not. And, well, there is an argument to be made that that is a bad thing, that I don't think that that's really the person's fault most of the time. Sometimes that's just their upbringing, or that's just what they know. And I think that not attacking people for that would be a better solution than attacking people for that if you want to convince them that there is a better way, you know? I don't know. Maybe if we don't attack people, people will think that there's a better way to do things. They'll be more receptive to the idea that, hey, maybe there is an option that is better than the one that I currently believe in, you know? I love rants too! It lets me get out my thoughts and my ideas. Yeah, and that's also another thing that they know who to criticize. I think that the left, it's too quick to criticize people like neolibs, who do need to be criticized, don't get me wrong, but I feel like they do it too much. Because, like, I could rant and rave about Nancy Pelosi all day, but if I don't talk about Mitch McConnell's bullshit, I personally think that you're probably just equating what Democrats have done to what Republicans have done, even though the two of them are completely different things. Yeah, I mean, like, Republicans aren't as good at it now, but I still personally think that they're a lot better than the online left. Although I think it is getting better bit by bit. Could be better though. Although I am very glad that you decided to join us, Lazy Paradox. I'm like so happy. I always love it whenever we get new viewers. It gets me so excited. Because it's just like, I'm glad that people enjoy my content and want to interact with me and engage and stuff. It's exciting. It's the whole reason why I stream, because I love talking to you guys. Yeah, that's another reason why I think that it's important that we don't, like, attack people for voting for Trump, because a lot of it is just like, oh, red good, blue bad. And they don't realize that the people who they are voting for, they should probably pay more attention to the policies in particular, and also the person they're voting specifically, and not just the color that they have, you know? And to do that, you just can't attack them for who they vote for, because if you do that, you make them go, oh, well, why should I listen to you if I'm just gonna get attacked? And they just click off and they leave. Also, reminding people to vote. That's another thing. As people forget. And trying to fight for more voter protection rights. That's something that we need to do. So that people can vote. Because it's very important that people vote. Get their voice out there. It's a civic duty. You hear me? You aren't good or bad for voting for whoever, but you are bad if you don't vote. If you don't vote, then there's no point in me listening to you, because you're clearly not willing to take the steps necessary to try to get your voice heard. You would have voted for Trump in 2016 or like this year? Or in 2021, that is. Okay, I was like really confused. I was like, excuse you? What? But yeah. I think that a lot of people have been turned off by the left. From the left by being attacked for who they voted for or who they believed in. So I think that it's more effective just to talk about your ideologies and why they're superior, and not just saying you're bad and you're wrong. Saying you're wrong, here's something better, and here's why I think you're wrong. Cause like, okay, so let's say you are a neolib, and I say to you, you're destroying the country because you aren't making enough change and you support capitalism, and capitalism hurts people, and I think that's wrong, and so you should be a leftist instead. Are you going to really listen to me, or are you just going to be like, no, fuck you, bye? Because that's what I would do. Yep. Purity of politics clearly isn't working. Yeah, I want to do more just like, here is another version that is better, in my opinion. And not do so much, you are wrong and bad, and here is why. Unless you are wrong, because people don't like being told that they're wrong. People are more, I personally think that people are more likely to change their minds if they're just, if it's just sort of like they're given an option, you know? Like, oh, hi, Martian girl. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. Okay. Despite the fact that I think that the left's way of approaching neolibs and ideas like that is not really the best, could be better, and I do still think that they are doing things. They are helping some people realize that there is a better way, but I just think that there is a need for more ways that is done. Yeah, a way to get people who are conservative to agree with socialist ideology is to just not call it socialist. Just to explain what it is and not at all license the left, which really sucks. Really, really sucks. But it's just kind of the hell yeah. I am pretty left myself, but I personally find value in being more of a mediator. I like being a mediator person. And just because I believe in leftist ideologies doesn't mean that I can't personally, I feel as though I can't criticize the left and criticize the right. But, and a huge but at that, I feel as though there is more value in criticizing the right and in criticizing the way that the left approaches people and approaches issues, and not the ideology itself and not the people themselves, which is why, except for a few exceptions, I'll probably never really reference leftist streamers whenever I complain about the left. I'll more complain about their methods and their approaches and like what I think that is a better way to do it. And also, this is kind of just a rant for me. I'm really enjoying ranting right now. But I still want to be like more of an approachable person. Yeah, I want to do that, honestly. But I think that I'm not really going to criticize neolibs, because I don't think there's a value in it, personally. I mean, there's plenty of people who do it already, but that's not the demographic I'm looking for. That's not the good demographic. I'm shooting for the neolibs, and so if I want to get the neolibs, I probably shouldn't make them feel bad for voting for Democratic neolibs. I probably shouldn't make them feel bad for that, you know? I catch more ants with honey than you do with vinegar. That's what I'm saying. Man, this is a poppin' stream today. Welcome. This is like the most people that have been in my chat at the same time. I love it though. I'm here for it. I'm so glad you guys can make it. And I'm really enjoying talking too. I've been really enjoying that. You know, my dad actually yeah. Okay, I genuinely really hate it when leftists go, oh, but Democrats are bad too. It's like, I understand that there are issues with the Democratic Party. I am not saying that there isn't any issues. I'm just saying I don't think that there's really a lot of value in saying it. Aww. Thank you. Oh, what kind of chess are you playing? Just regular chess? Are you winning? Are you winning your chess? You don't have to answer. Focus on your chess game. Yeah. I think that there's two... Okay, so I do think that there is value in saying there is problems with the Democratic Party, but I don't think that there is value in saying the Democratic is bad. Democratic Party is bad. Because I don't think that really does anything. Like, I feel like a lot of people feel ashamed of being... Oh, regular chess? Okay. I feel like a lot of people feel ashamed of being a Democrat, which is why they don't go further left, because they feel as though if they go into these spaces, they'll be shamed out of him. I was afraid of for the longest time. It took me a long time to get over that fear. So I feel like there needs to be... Oh, I'm giving you my power! I'm giving you my power. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you. You can win this game. Yeah. I'm giving you all of my power juices. I actually have played 5D chess. It's very fun. I highly recommend.
Payments from PayPal, a safe way for your customers to pay. Simply download the PayPal app and display your own unique QR code for your customers to scan. Whether you're a market seller.
Yeah, I think that we have seen that it really isn't a good idea to keep bashing Democrats, because, like, well, yes, they do have problems. If you keep bashing them, you make them seem the same as Republicans, and they aren't. I know that they have issues, and they aren't as left as you want, but they aren't the same. At least they have progressives in the party, you know? At least they pretend to be progressive. At least they pretend to curtail to left values. And I think that that's much better than Republicans literally going, yeah, it's okay to be fascist. Yeah, that's fine. I think that that's a lot better, you know? That's a lot better than not doing literally anything. You said that and my opponent resigned immediately. No cap. Oh, man. Or you make people center right. Yeah, you push people to the center right. You don't want that. Don't want that. I think that, honestly, in my opinion, I think that the online left has done a lot to normalize Donald Trump's behavior. Genuinely. Just because of the way that they talk about him and the way that they talk about Democrats. They make Democrats seem like Trump and like his party. They make them seem the same, and when you do that, you get into very dangerous territory as to where people just go, well, what's the point? Like, you're normalizing that behavior which should not be normalized. You shouldn't make Democrats the same as Republicans, because you're normalizing Republicans' behavior. Because Democrats' behavior is so much not Republicans' behavior, you're normalizing Republicans' behavior and they're making it seem more reasonable. At least on, like, the broader scope of, like, ideologies and stuff. Like, you're squishing them. Like, that whole, like, oh, the political compass is off in America, and Bernie is actually center, and we're actually, like, way more right. Like, you're literally squishing the graph. You're literally squishing Democrats to the right. Literally. And metaphorically speaking. And by doing that, you're moving the overturn window to the right. You're making right people seem more reasonable. You're making Nazis seem reasonable. Don't do that! Don't do that! It's not good! I don't want that! And I think that I mean, it's also just Trump being talked about on the news, the way that they talk about him on the news, that has also added to it, but it's also like, I gave you too much power. You're too strong. No, but you can have it. I don't need it. You clearly need it more than me. I'm too powerful. Well, I am a star, so, you know, big ball of gas. On stream, I'm having a ball. Not literally. I'm not wearing a gown right now, so I do actually have a gown, though. I got it at Goodwill. Yeah. I was gonna wear it for prom, and then I didn't go to prom, so. I'm actually gonna change the order of the colors for the names, because I feel like it would be better if somebody has like they them. That's what shows up. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what if somebody has wants that change just like, you know, I just thought that like, I don't know. It makes sense in my head. Also, it's really cool that I'm streaming because that means that I get to make decisions if I want them to be made. It's fun to create my little sphere and make my own rules and stuff. If there's ever like a chud, I probably won't just kick them off. Cause I think it's, unless they're just attacking you guys, like, cause I find value in like just making myself seem approachable to more people. I create my own sphere. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And it's also important to like know what conservatives are saying. I'm admin. I don't know if that is gonna make me laugh. But yeah, it even though what they say isn't true, a lot of people still see it as true, and you need to like realize that and not just go, oh, it's stupid and untrue. I mean, it is untrue, but I think there's better value in just showing people a better way, you know, to try to combat that fear-mongering, because fear is a very powerful motivator. Very, very powerful motivator. And if you feed into people's fear and you make them more afraid of an ideology, they'll be less likely to listen to it, you know? If you're afraid of something, are you gonna listen to it? Like, if you're afraid of... Let me think. Okay, so if, let's say you're afraid of clowns, right? If a clown comes up to try to talk to you in the street, are you gonna listen to the clown? No, you're not gonna listen to the clown. You're gonna run away. So if you make people afraid and like feed into their fear and feed into their culture war ideas, even if it's a joke, you're gonna make them go, oh no, I can't listen to this. Like, even just subconsciously, it's just something you have to be aware of, unfortunately. And as sucky as it is, it's just like a fact of life. And if I want to make leftism more approachable to people, I have to figure out a better way of using language to seem more safe to people. Yeah. And make people feel like even if you don't believe in what I believe, you still have a place in my community. You can still stay here. And, well, I would prefer it if people believed leftist ideologies. I'm not gonna shame someone for not knowing things that I know yet. I'm just gonna try to expose them to those things. You know? And I mean, if they're not convinced, they're not convinced. That's fine too. Like, I feel like leftists, even ones that say they don't like purity testing or gatekeeping, I feel like they do it. You know? It's just like, if you're not leftist to what I think is leftist, then you aren't allowed. Although if anybody's being rude or like attacking people, you get the fuck out. You're not allowed here. We are being respectful, and we're being good faith. You're not being respectful and good faith. Get the fuck out. That goes for left and right. Okay. I'll give people chances, sure, but just like there is a limit, you know. There's a limit. I'll figure it out eventually. I feel like my community is small enough right now that I'll be able to like manage it. But when it gets to a point where I can't really remember everything, I'll probably get some mods and like get a bot and whatever so that it's easier for me to like manage things. Oh, and then also a lot of conservatives think that Christianity is a main tenet of the government and that the founders, you know, That was what they wanted, despite the fact they did not. And despite the fact that the Red Scare is where a lot of the mentions of religion and Christianity come from. Despite the fact that is the case, you can't just go, you're bad and you're wrong. Again. Yeah, I feel that. I just call myself a pacifist anarchist, and I don't know either socialist or communist. One of them, both of them, I don't know. Pog! Whoa, you're so powerful, Martian girl. Yo, Pog. Honestly, I think I'm just kind of like, I just want everybody to be able to not worry about having their basic needs taken care of. I don't know how, but that's what I want. It'd be cool if we could get to that, but I don't know if that'll happen. I don't think that'll happen in my lifetime. But I want to take steps towards that, you know? And that is what this is. And I also, at some point, I wanted to run for my state government, my state House and Senate specifically, because this past election cycle, there wasn't somebody who challenged the Senate seat of my area for my state government, and that really annoyed me. And I wanted to make a choice, you know? I wanted to get the ideology out there, but I don't know if I'll still do that. I'm still just trying to decide, you know? Oh darn. Well, I'm giving you my energy. Hopefully it'll be enough for this match. Give me your energy. Oh! Oh! I need water. I'm out of water. I've just been drinking this. Oh man, so many new people. Or like new people who are in my chat. It's really cool. Yeah, you can do it. We believe in you. YouTube says I only have 3 viewers, and there are at least 4 people who are chatting. 5. I know there's another person, so I don't know what's up with YouTube, but apparently if you're not partner, YouTube won't show you how many viewers you actually have. Whew! Yeah, we believe in you. Ha! Yeah, I believe in leftist solidarity too. I'm not so sure about tankies though. Okay. If somebody comes in my community and they're just like, I think I'm right, I'm better than all of you, I'll just be like, no. I'm not just gonna let people do that. I'm not letting that slide. True. Oh yeah, that's cool. Good luck. True. Yeah, sonkers. I'm hoping that getting on panels will show me to a wider audience so that I can grow my fan base, because I love you guys and I would love to see this community grow because you guys are awesome. You still have 5 viewers? Well, I mean, that's just because you're not, maybe, yeah, it is the CIA, so it's the CIA's changing my analytics because they don't want my secrets getting out there. Yeah, tankies are not invited if they aren't willing to be nice. If you aren't willing to be nice, you're not invited. If you're not gonna respect people's pronouns, get the fuck out. If you're not gonna respect people's ideologies, get the fuck out. If you're not going to be good faith, get the fuck out. That's all I have to say in the matter. We only bash neolibs in the memes and not verbally. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. It just, as long as it's just like very clear that it's just a joke. It's not actually serious. I'm never going to seriously, like, bash neolibs and call them wrong. At most, I'll just say, I don't really agree with this. I think that this is a better way. That's at most is what I'm gonna do. I'm never gonna be like, I think this is wrong, this is why. I probably will just be like, I think there could be a better way that we could go about this, and this is that thing right here. Look at that. It's this thing. Yeah, we could do this instead, you know? I think that this is better. This is better because this and this and this, you know? It brings more happiness and fulfillment to people's lives.
3. You can find it yourself in the family planning aisle. No prescription or ID required. Get it right off the shelf at retailers near you. From Target to Walgreens, Walmart to CVS.
The power, it's so strong.
Use as directed.
Exactly, yeah. That's how I kind of see neolibs. They're more just a group of people who haven't seen the light. Even if they do know of these ideologies, a lot of them just haven't been exposed to them in the best way. They've kind of been exposed to them in very ugly situations. Let's put it that way. They haven't had a very positive experience with the ideology. And honestly, I think that the ACAB and defund the police, I mean, I guess that there's a place for them, but I personally think that it's a bit too harsh. It gets people really defensive when you go ACAB and defend the police, because a lot of people, when you say defund, they think, so you want to take away all of the funding. And some people do actually think that when they say defund the police, they mean take away the police completely, no police at all. And most people don't mean that when they say defund the police, but I personally think it would have been better if we said something like reform the police, or redistribute funding, or reconstruct, or break up the funding, or reformat the police. Stuff like that. I think that is a better way to say it, and it makes the ideology more approachable, and it also, I think, makes more sense with what it actually means as opposed to mean. And I think that saying ACAB, well, as fun as it is, I think it turns away a lot of people to what it... I think it turns a lot of people away from leftist ideologies, things like defund the police and ACAB. Yeah. Yeah, that is one of the reasons why they're more popular. Fund the peepo, not the popo. Yeah, but I do think that there needs to be a lot of change to the police. I just don't think we should take away all of the funding. I don't think we should take away all of it, because there still does need to be order. There needs to be people who will enforce the laws. It's just that the way that it's done now, I don't agree with. I think it needs to change. And also in places that the police funding has been redistributed to other places, so that other places can take some of the load that the police currently does, have reported having a much easier time with policing and actually getting to the real jobs that the police are meant to do. Which is great. It's fantastic. It's like, yes, this is what we wanted. But I think that we would have gotten to it a lot better and a lot sooner if people had gone, reform the police. You know? That's my favorite version of it. I think another one is like refund, but I don't think that sounds right. Reform just sounds a lot more approachable. And then also ACAB. I've been told that the reason why is that the police will always, if the system is unjust, they will, or the laws are unjust, they will always enforce those unjust laws and system. Because they always have to enforce laws even if they don't agree with them, or even if they're wrong. And while there is an argument to be made with that, I just don't really think that it gets at the issue that people are trying to get at when they say ACAB. I think that probably a better way to say it would be that the system is unjust. It is systemic. Again, it's systemic, not individual. Oh, we're back. Sick. Alright, we're back. That was quick because I just went ahead and I restarted my network connection on my computer and it was fine. Yeah, we're fine now. It just does that sometimes. I'm still not sure why. I never really have this problem when I'm just using my computer normally, so it could just be an overheating issue because my graphics card is just above my network card. Hopefully not many people left. But we're back, everyone. I'll just get back to talking about, what was I talking about? What was I talking about last when I went off? When it stopped. Oh, that is true to a degree, Martian Euro, but I think that there is also a lot of Democrats who are well aware that the police needs a lot of reform. Not a little bit, a lot of reform. It's not a few tweaks here and there. I think most of them are aware of that. But I do think that there are some, like, conservative Democrats and Nancy Pelosi who probably just think that it just needs a few tweaks and it's good to go. Oh, I was talking about ACAB. My brain hurts. And it's phrasing, yes, I was talking about that. Okay, so I don't know if you heard me say this, but I think that ACAB makes it a individual problem, and it doesn't focus on the fact that it is a systemic problem, not an individual problem that is facing the police force. If you say ACAB, people think that you're saying it is the fault of individual police, even though that is not what you're trying to say. And people feel attacked, especially if they have family who are in the police force, or just know people who are in the police force in general. It's just like, it feels like an attack. It feels like you're saying these individual people are wrong and bad and immoral. That's what people perceive, and that is not, I don't think that that is the right way to go about it. Because when people feel attacked, they are less likely to feel okay with listening to you. And also, that makes people less inclined to identify as leftists, because leftists say ACAB. And they don't want to be associated with people who say ACAB because they feel as though that is a personal attack. That is a toxic thing to say because it is a personal attack to some people. And while most people, when they say ACAB, I don't think that they're attacking the individual police officers. I do know some people are probably saying that to attack individuals. But I think most people are just referencing the system as it is now, not individual police officers. I think that there would be a good step forward would be abolishing the police union, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I wish it could happen, but I don't think it's gonna happen. But I think that maybe saying all police unions are bad, that could work, because you're just referencing a system, you're not really referencing individual people in the unions themselves. Hate the game, not the plays. That's a great way to put it. That's a great way to put it, yeah. And I mean, I know that there are probably police officers who hate having to enforce certain laws that they have to enforce. And, that's just a fact. And they just thought that that would be a good way to make a difference in their community and help people. And I mean, some people are police officers because they want the power trip. However, there are also people who want to be police officers to make a difference and help people. And that is a fact. Yeah, and also language like that causes a reaction and a feeling of, oh, it's the culture war. They want to take away my protection. They want to rape my children and take away my rights. Like, it's stuff like that. Like that is how these people perceive these sorts of things, and that's why we need to be more careful about how we choose to use their language. Language is important. It's how we communicate, obviously, but say ACAB creates things like pro-police people or the thin blue line people. That is the reaction that you get when you go ACAB, because they feel like it's a personal attack. Who the hell is going to be out there defending Wall Street? Who? Who's going to be out there defending Wall Street if I say I don't think that the system of Wall Street is great and I think that there needs to be a lot of reform taking place? No one's going to defend that. But if I say, if I were to say day traders, all day traders are bad and wrong, if I say that, there is going to probably be a reaction to that of people going defending day traders and defending themselves because they themselves are day traders. It's just like, if you don't want like a huge reaction to it, you just gotta be... No, I don't think that helps. It's still focusing too much on the individual and not the system that they are within. That's like calling Obama a war criminal, in my opinion. It's got the same flavor to it, you know? It's calling people this thing that people see really negatively, and it's making them feel attacked for being like, oh, these people are fine. But they're like, oh, but like, I think those people are fine, so am I wrong? Am I bad? Am I morally unsound? It makes it less... It makes people less able to listen or want to listen to leftism. Honestly, I'll give you my honest opinion. When I was on Twitter, yeah, that's why I would say that like, yeah, you should. My parents are starting a business. I'll just get mad at people who are breaking law and naked shorting and manipulating the market, and that being allowed to happen. Like, if we're gonna have the stock market, then let's let everybody participate equally. Yeah, I know, it's wild. Fucking bizarre. Yeah, I mean, conservatives are the real hypocrites, but, I mean, some of them are really genuine. Some conservatives are genuine. They just don't understand that most aren't. They don't understand that most people aren't like them and aren't just telling the truth. And that's sad, and they shouldn't be shamed for that. They should just be shown the truth. I can't do it. What's hand-eye coordination? Am I right? Why is it that this hand I can do it, but I can't do it with this hand? My left hand just feels awkward today. I actually used to take ballet, so I am schooled in the classical arts, as one would say. Yeah, I agree. I've honestly been really tempted recently to start trying to look into worker co-ops more for when my parents start hiring people, because I think that my dad would be really into it, honestly. I think he'd be really into it. Cause like they have a small business and they really they never ever want to be in a position where they're making like, for example, 300 times more than like their workers. Like they never want to be put into a position like that. And I was thinking of like proposing it to him as like, this is a way that you can be held accountable and make sure that you don't ever get into a position where you are treating your workers unfairly and you have more income than they do, even though you do less work or you do equal work or whatever. Like, I think he'd be really into it. Because he really likes the idea of like people being able to have families and like exist. If they're gonna work for him, he wants to pay them a living wage and like give them benefits and all that jazz. And I think that he would be really into the idea of being able to be held accountable for those decisions. I mean, I would be really into it. If I was a small business owner, I'd be like, heck yeah, that sounds cool. Because then it's just like, it gives you more of an incentive to hold to your ideology and hold to your beliefs if you're held accountable to it. Because then you don't get your head swelled up with power and stuff. Oh, and my dad has alluded to the fact that if I do work for him, I could eventually, like, own the business myself. And I'm like, I don't know about that.
It's father-daughter lunchtime. She wanted McDonald's.
Yeah, that is definitely what it feels like. People just are trying to live. People aren't really trying to do great things because they don't feel comfortable or safe in their jobs. They don't feel safe. They feel like they're gonna lose their houses, they're not gonna be able to eat. Yeah, they're more successful because I find that if there's more people involved in something or like able to have a voice, there's more chances for good ideas to be discovered. I mean, there's also good ideas, bad ideas, but yeah. Okay, Priority, if you find any statistics on that, could you send it to me? Because I want to. He likes it if I have like all of my information. That's probably also one of the reasons why I was like so shocked when I found out those conservatives didn't put their links in their description, because like I really do genuinely care a lot about citing sources and making sure that the information that I'm being fed is like makes sense with the information. Like I thought it was because they said that they had sources, but they didn't. It was a lie. It's a fucking lie. That's what it was. That's the main reason why I was just like, fuck this shit, I'm out. But my dad, I've been able to convince him of like stuff just as long as I am able to articulate myself well and I give him the information. And he really likes it whenever I do my own research and like type up a paper and send it to him. He's like super a fan of that. I have like actually typed up a paper that I want to give him that like convinces him to call me by my chosen name. Oh yeah, no worries. Like just whenever you have the time, that'd be great. I'd love that. I'll even do a read of it on the stream. my typed up paper whenever I make it. It'd be fun. I think a lot of my ideology also stems from just like seeing people who want to understand things just be pushed out, you know? Like there's a lot of like it was crazy to me how people were more supportive of like people like Buttigieg or Joe Biden, even though they kind of were focused on the same things as Bernie. It's just they talked about it differently, they approached it differently, they framed it differently. It's very important. Yeah, no, he doesn't. He uses my dead name. No, I mean, like, also, like, whenever I would watch videos, they wouldn't cite their sources. Or they would cite Heritage Foundation, like, yikes. Anyways. Yeah. I'm glad that I had this conversation because for a while I was kind of like afraid of talking about this because I was afraid of getting attacked. Like, even though I am a leftist, I was afraid of getting attacked and like being called a neolib for thinking we shouldn't attack neolibs and for supporting Biden over Bernie. Which, like, I still do. Like, I still haven't changed my opinion that I think that Biden was the right choice over Bernie. I still haven't, because personally, I don't think that anyone's given me a good enough reason to switch. Because, like, I've genuinely, like, tried to go into arguments good faith, like, convince me of Bernie. Every time I come out of it not liking Bernie a little more. Well, not every time. Sometimes I think that he's not as bad as I thought he was. Like, this one conversation that I did have changed my mind from thinking that he was a bad dude and he was the cause of all the toxicity to thinking that he wasn't actually that bad, and I was kind of wrong for like just assuming that it was his fault for Brianna Joy and friends, and like blaming him for that. And now I'm kind of moved on from that. I'm just like, it was not his fault. It's probably just the online left's fault, let's be fair. Yeah. Oh man, I wish I could have learned that at your age. and that's also one of the reasons why I wanted to That's great. Oh, also, Lazy Paradox. If you make a joke or are being sarcastic, try to use like /s if you're being sarcastic or /j if you're doing a joke, because it does really help people to know that you're being sarcastic, because it's really sometimes very difficult to tell over text. I'm not penalizing you if you ever forget. Like, don't worry if you ever forget. Just like, if you're confused as to why I'm taking you seriously, that's why. Because I'm assuming that you're being serious because I didn't realize you were being sarcastic. It's no worries. But yeah. Ah, Brianna Joy. Ooh. I know that whenever I say this, a lot of people probably don't believe me, but we were genuinely friends, like, parasocial friends on Twitter before she got really big. Like, I knew her before she was on Bernie's team, I think. I'm not sure. Or she was, like, on Bernie's team and she was just lower down and less known. Like, she was actually super chill. Genuinely. Like, we had some really interesting conversations, but... And then, like, that was why I was like, why is everybody talking about Brianna Joy? Like, isn't she just, like, this girl on, like, Twitter, and she's just, like, you know, chill, and, like, why is everybody complaining about her? And then, like, she clearly didn't remember me, and I was just like, oh, that's why. Okay. Someday. One day. They just get too scared. Yeah, set that up. Set that up in DMs though. Don't do it here. I don't want you to get like harassed or anything. Now that I think I have very many chads watching my streams, I'm hoping to one day change that, because I do want to have like chuds and neolibs. I want all sorts of people to come and enjoy my streams. I want all sorts of people to come enjoy my streams, because I think that plenty of people would find value in them. I love conversations. I love learning new things. I love meeting new people, learning about new ideologies. I, however, will not associate with people who are sexist, people who are ableist, people who are basist, or people who are homophobic or transphobic. I just won't do it. I'm sorry. You're not welcome here. I mean, you're welcome to be here, just don't do your shit here, okay? You can coexist just as long as you're respectful. Just saying. Yeah, climb the ladder! Climb the ladder! Yeah, that does weird me out. Like, how would you ever think that she's ever going to approach an argument reasonably if she has a podcast called Bad Faith? I wonder where she's approaching this from. Also, if somebody's ever just like sexist, racist, homophobic, transphobic, etc., if somebody ever brings that shit here, I'll probably have like a limit to how much you can, where you can go. Like, I just don't think that you're allowed to be here. Like, just be respectful of other people. And being able to sexist, homophobic, transphobic, being all that, that's not respectful of other people. Okay? You're being rude. I don't know. I still haven't decided how I'm going to approach those situations, because I haven't really had to approach it yet. So it's kind of like, in my head, it's kind of just like a, when it happens, I'll deal with it, and I'll decide then. Yeah, no transphobia. No. Okay, although I will say, if somebody calls somebody by the wrong pronouns, you're getting yeeted to a corner of the server where you're going to be scolded because you're bad and you're naughty, and because that's not respectful. We're all respectful and good faith here, and if you're not, you get punished. That's a good one. I'm glad that everybody is trying to remember to use their /s's and /j's. It's very appreciated on my part. Oh, also, I have posted a list of all the slashes in Theory and Praxis, and it is pinned if you want to check it. If you're ever curious as to what slash people you're using, go check that, okay? We are all about learning here, and we're about being respectful of other people. If you're not interested in doing that, I don't want you here. I don't know why I keep going back and forth on this. Me too. True. That's just called self-hate. But no, seriously. I'm not gonna tolerate if somebody's calling somebody like a slur, or like they're insulting someone, or they're using somebody's wrong pronouns. Like, I don't give a shit what disagreement you have with someone. Do not devolve into insults. I'm not going to tolerate it. Just, it's not happening. Like, if you're not going to be respectful of somebody else, then you're not going to be good faith. Get out. I mean, also, I do appear as a woman, so I probably won't get many sexists in my DMs. I might, and if I do, I'll deal with it. It'll be whatever. Also, another thing, okay, so earlier in the stream, I was saying how I was afraid of taking testosterone for the facial hair, because, like, I'm afraid of having facial hair on my chin. Another thing I don't want is my voice deepening, because I really like singing high, and if my voice deepens, I can't do that, so. One day on stream, I'm going to sing the Star Spangled Banner, and you're going to be impressed. Well, actually, I have sang part of it on stream before, during the inauguration. If you want to find that stream, listen to me sing it. I don't know when it is, so don't ask me. It's at some point, I don't know. If you can't tell, I'm both lazy, but I'm also disabled. So I feel like I'm a little bit justified in being lazy. Cause like, I have to take a lot of breaks to make sure that I have enough energy for things that I want to do, you know? Oh yeah, I can imagine. I wish you luck in your testosterone journeys. You know what? I'll do it. I'll sing for you on 4th of July. But if I do a 4th of July stream, I'll probably do it really early. Because I normally do family activities on 4th of July. And I might have to do it on a different day because we normally go to North Carolina for 4th of July. And obviously I can't take my desktop to North Carolina because it's a very small space and there's not really any space for my streaming setup there. So either I'll do a pre-recorded stream or I'll stream just the day before we leave. But I do want to do something for 4th of July because I do really like the holiday. Or the holiday. I like it because I am patriotic and I like, oh yeah, America, woo! Fuck yeah! I like it. I enjoy it. It's fun to just celebrate the good things in life. It's fun to celebrate where you're from, in my opinion anyway. I mean, some people don't like doing that, but I find joy in it, so. And if you don't, that's cool too. I don't care, but that's what I find joy in that, so. Yeah. Okay, I seriously should get some water because my voice feels really bad, so I'm gonna be right back. Go get water!
There's no escape. You can't hide. They're following you. Your cravings for nacho fries will never stop. The warm nacho cheese sauce and savory Mexican spices will not let you get away. So there's only one thing left to do. Run to Taco Bell because nacho fries are back. Head to Taco Bell and silence your cravings before nacho fries disappear again. Only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
Any credit card can offer cash back, but only Discover matches all the cash back you
Aww.
earned your first year.
Well, good luck with shoveling snow, priority.
Birthday cards that shape like cash, so you already
Well, your presence was very enjoyed by me and everybody else. I'm glad you came, and if you don't see me again, have a nice night.
Cashback match, only by Discover card. Learn more at discover.com/match. Discover, something brighter.
Any holiday that involves explosions is a real holiday to me.
NFX original documentary series.
Big U, Bimmy, Debat, Trick, Haitian Jack.
That sucks. Yeah.
5 untold stories of rap's most notorious kingmakers.
I grew up on a sidewalk. Our lives were the lives that people rapped about. Hip hop became a way out.
Yeah. That's valid, honestly, Paradox.
On FX, and next day FX on Hulu.
What is it, Graham? Bye. I love you, chat. Thank you so much for coming to my stream. I really enjoy your presence. It's very welcomed. I mean, it's the whole point of me streaming. I just enjoy interacting with chat and interacting with you. Yeah, it's really fun for me. Oh, well, to be fair, there's like a 30-second delay, so yeah. It's because I'm not partner yet. Gotta get to 1K before I can apply for YouTube partner. Not there yet. But I'm certainly trying my best. Every little bit helps. Even my parents are subscribed to my channel. Oh, your test is seen. I can see your test. You're finally good? Okay, I'm glad. Sometimes YouTube is really annoying. Well, I'm glad that you were given a chance to catch up. Yeah, I think that we always have technical difficulties on stream. Well, I always have technical difficulties on the stream. I don't think we've had a stream without technical difficulties yet. It's all cool though. It's all good. We take what we get. Oh, I just had the urge to rant about a leftist streamer, and I was like, oh, no, wait, stop, don't do that. It's mostly just I have a bone to pick with the way that they talk. The way that they talk about people and policies. I do need a technical difficulty screen. That should be the next thing that I draw. Here, wait, let me write it down. I'm trying to write things down more if you can't tell this stream. I don't even know how that would work, but it's a good idea. I like it. Here, I'll just talk about. I won't name this person that I want to rant about. I won't name them, but I do want to talk about how they frame things. Technical difficulties. I will talk about how they frame things and how they talk about Republicans and Democrats and stuff like that, and how they basically, I just find issues with how they seem very pessimistic is kind of a word for it, but they also, okay, I'll give you a code name. Monkey. I'm gonna call them Monkey. That's their name now, Monkey. You would think I was ridiculous if you actually knew who I was talking about. But basically, I just find issues with how a lot of the times when they talk about Republicans and Democrats, they will talk about Republicans like, oh, it's great that they're this crazy. Like, they'll genuinely talk about, like, stuff like that. And then with Democrats, like, oh, it's so boring. I don't want to watch this. It's like, dude, what message are you trying to send with that sort of, language, you know? That's why I picked that name. But, like, what message are you trying to send? What message are you sending by basically saying, oh, I don't want to pay attention to Democrats because they're boring. Oh, but I want to watch Republicans because they're really crazy and entertaining. Like, what kind of message do you think you're sending to people? It's just so stupid. And, like, it makes it, I think that it influences people, leftists particularly, to feel more comfortable with bashing Democrats and saying that they're not doing enough. And that's why I don't like them. And it breeds a lot of both sides discussion, which I think is wrong. I don't think we should be doing that. I don't think that's a good idea. Just saying. I think that I think it also breeds a lot of apathy in leftist spaces. It's just like, why should I make an effort to why should I make an effort to make myself more approachable to neolibs if they're the same as Republicans, and I can just be all happy and gleeful in my little online left space? I could just be gatekeepy and just like the people that I like and never confronting the thought that maybe I am narrowing myself too much and I am relying too much on these particular people that I like. Yeah. It's also, the nihilism also probably fed into Bernie's numbers not being that great in the primaries, because, like, what's the point of voting for Bernie? Like, if nothing is really gonna change. Because, like, I mean, even if he was president, what could he change, you know? There's only so much you can do, you know? And then also, it's just, like, the both sides thing. Oh, it just kills me, because it just, all it does is drives people away, and then drives people to not vote. And you don't want that. That's not a good thing. It's not. It doesn't do anything. And if we want real change, we can't just go, oh, but this isn't perfect. This isn't what I wanted. This isn't exactly what I wanted to happen. This isn't extreme enough. This isn't this, that. This isn't that. It's not perfect. Oh no. Like, we can't do that. We have to be okay with okay. We have to be okay with incremental change, or else we're never gonna get any change. The AOC forced the vote stuff? What does that mean? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Do you mean that AOC said that she wasn't going to vote for Nancy, like, the try to get force AOC to not vote for Nancy Pelosi if Nancy Pelosi doesn't do Medicare for all? Was it that? Oh, also, another thing, Medicare for all had really bad press. I don't know who decided that this was a good idea, but I think that okay, I personally was afraid of Medicare for all because I was like, well, what about the people with, like, private health care? Because, like, that was, like, a main sticking point for a lot of people, was it took away private health care. And, like, well, yes, a lot of people made that argument that that was a good thing. However, it turned a lot of other people off of Medicare for all. Just isn't a good thing. That is true. He could do that, but at the same time, even though he could have done that, I think that the fact that he didn't get a lot of the vote in the primary speaks to leftist nihilism and defeatism, and the feeling as though nothing is going to change in politics. Because, like, even though they could say that they support Bernie all the time, well, you gotta go out and vote if you want him to win, and they didn't. Not really, anyway. I mean, it's good to be a bit realistic, but it's also good to keep things in perspective and not be too nihilistic and not focus so much on the things you can't change and try to focus more on the things you can. Like what I'm doing by starting this channel, because I want to try to pull more people to the left by making it more approachable and more reasonable. To people who don't think it's reasonable, or to people who don't think it's very approachable. Because a lot of people feel as though to be left, you have to have a certain level of ability to be scholaristic. Like, you have to have a certain level of knowledge to be leftist, or you have to know this, or you have to do that. And that's not a very approachable ideology. It would be more approachable if people were like, oh, I could just be left if I believe these things, and I don't have to believe those things. Yeah, it does not. Even I was like, what the fuck are you doing, you idiots? No, what are you doing? That's not a good idea. What are you doing? It just does not. It doesn't really do what you want it to do. It just makes people not like you more. Eventually, also, I want to do a music making stream. I'm so ADHD. I'm just like all over the place tonight. I just no, I mean, in the primaries, his numbers were down compared to 2016. Like, way down. Even though it looked like his support was more this time than last time. In the primary specifically, not otherwise. I mean this the primary specifically. I'm just waiting for your response. It's all good. You don't feel rushed or anything. I feel like I'm rushing you. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm also kind of referencing his fundraising numbers compared to his numbers when it came to voting, because a lot of his funding is said to come from small donations, so a lot of small donations. A lot of small donations, so when his numbers didn't really match up with how many donations he was getting, people were like, they don't really vote when they say that they support this candidate. Because money isn't voting. I mean, donating is one thing, but voting is another. And I didn't say lost. I didn't say that. I said his numbers were down for 2016, and I think that speaks a lot to leftist nihilism and feeling as though nothing will change no matter what you do. And focusing too much on things you can't change. And focusing too much on purity politics and gatekeeping and etc, etc. Like that's where I think it's a reflection of that. I'm not saying that is that. I'm just saying that is a sort of reflection of that feeling in the left of just like nihilism and defeatism and just apathy in general. And I'm not saying that he didn't get people out to vote in the November election, the general election. I'm not saying he didn't do that. I'm just saying in the primary 2020, he got less votes or less turnout than he did in 2016, which doesn't match up because he did kind of fundraise a bit more than he did in 2016, as far as I'm aware. So it just doesn't really make sense. If he had it, and I think that shows the apathy of the left, or the online left at least, not the in-person left. I think those are kind of two different things. Kind of, not really. I mean, there is a lot of overlap, but I do think that there is a difference between them. And also, there was probably a whole there was probably stuff going on, like interference by Russia and China behind the voting numbers not being as high as they probably should have, to reflect how much support he seemed to have. But I think that there is an element of apathy from the left that was reflected in those numbers. That's what I'm trying to say. Sorry if that didn't really come across. Sum up. I'm not saying that people didn't go out to vote for Bernie, because people did. I'm just saying that there probably shouldn't have been more people who went out to vote for him than there were. Than it appeared to be. My opinion, anyway. I just kind of make whatever sounds nice. Lazy or paradox. Which do you prefer, lazy or paradox?
Can you hear the sound?
Also, there was definitely an element of that Martian Girl, but I'm also more talking about the early primary, not after South Carolina. I'm more talking about that, Mr. Paradox. That is weird. Okay. Good to know. I probably flip-flop between the two. Oh, also, by the way, if you want to be notified of any streams that I do, the bot that we usually had give those rolls out is down currently. Just DM either me or Kirienka for a ping roll, and we'll give it to you. Or just ask it in live chat. Well, yeah, I do agree, but I'm also just saying, I think that his numbers didn't really reflect the amount of support he seemed to be getting in donations, and that I was just trying to say that I think that was partially, there were a lot of other factors like the fascist takeover bit that contributed to that. I think it's partially reflective of the apathy, not completely. I think it's an element of it, if you will. That's it. That's the only point that I wanted to make. Yeah, that was my only point. Sorry if that was a bit confusing, Martian Girl. Yeah, that is also the theory. Yeah. And I mean, some people think that a Trump presidency pushed a lot of more people left. I, however, disagree. Heavily. And even if it did, I think it caused more harm that did not get outweighed by people becoming leftists. Just say. I don't think it could have been outweighed by that, because there was a lot of harm that the Trump presidency did that is going to take a while to fix. To be blunt. Martian Girl, do you wanna do a call-in? Because it's a bit difficult to have a conversation like this. Wait, he did? That does not match up at all with the numbers that I know of. Okay, Martian Girl, can you send me a source for that? I'll look at it and we can talk about it later, okay? Cause I wanna know where you're getting these numbers. I don't know where my source is. but I do wanna know where you're coming from. So if you could send me that source, I would be very happy. Because as far as I know, he got less votes than he did in 2016, And it was much less than was projected or expected. Like from the polls and his donations and stuff. He had momentum. No, but seriously, send me those numbers, Martian Girl. I really want to see them, because I'm very curious now. You don't have to send it to me now. We can have this conversation later. No, send me a source, send me a source. I want a source, please. Thank you. I want a source. Because I want to look at it for myself, you know? I want to make my own decisions on it, because I haven't seen anything like that before, and I would love to see something that shows those votes and stuff. This specifically proves the greatest turnout in the entirety of the primary bit, and then the 4 times as many votes as donations, and yeah, that. And I personally don't really use rallies as a measure for someone's popularity, personally. Also, since COVID started, like, it's one thing to have a rally and it's one thing to have votes, in my opinion. And also, it's just because, like, Trumpists would use the whole, oh, but Trump had legendary turnouts at his rallies. Well, that's because people would travel over state lines to go see him. Doesn't necessarily mean he's very popular in that state. Just saying. Like, I imagine even if Trump had, like, a rally in California, he'd probably have a full stadium. If he had one. Because people wanted to see him, and they would travel over states to go see him. You know? So I just don't think that that's a huge measure of someone's popularity in the political sphere, at least. In, like, specific areas. I mean, maybe it's, like, a measure of how dedicated their fan base is, but I don't know. I value more things like votes and votes. Yeah, I just value who was voted for and who was not. Like, I value how many votes, like, the statistics and the all that. Also, especially since it's COVID time now, I don't think that saying that somebody had really big turnouts because of COVID turnouts is a good measure of someone's popularity, especially now that COVID is happening. I think that if somebody has a lot of a turnout, they're just irresponsible. Well, no, I was just using that as an example as to why I don't really value rally statistics into how popular I feel as though somebody is, and I kind of just care about how many people they got out to vote, because that's what matters. If you can't get somebody to come out and vote for you, then what's the point of how many people you can turn out to a rally, you know? And also, I think that kind of plays into the whole Republicans' strong perception. Like, they feel as though, or like fascists, they to be successful fascists, they have to appear strong. They can't appear weak, and they have to appear popular. And I think that sort of plays into that whole thing, you know. So I think that there's more value in just kind of looking at voting data and not making it a popularity contest, and more making it a who was able to get convince people to vote for them and vote for their policies and vote for what they're gonna do, you know? I think we should focus more on that and not how many people like them.
When I see you dancing, I'm like, hola, 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 hola. With your move fancy, make me wanna hola, 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 hola. I got your attention, spending that moolah, 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 moolah. I'm a drop top in pocket, swola, 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 swola. Swola, 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 swola. Swola, swola, swola. When I see you dancing, I'm like, hola, 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 hola. See your move fancy, make me wanna hola, 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 hola. I got your attention, spending that moolah, 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 moolah. I'm a drop top in pocket, swola, 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 swola. I got your attention, spending that moolah, 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 moolah. I'm a drop top in pocket, swola, 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 swola.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, it was the specific young statistics. Specifically young people who that statistic was down from 2016. There were less young people who went out to vote than in 2016. It was specifically the young people, because like he talked a lot of smack about, well, I mean, he didn't talk smack, he just talked a lot about how he's going to create this big coalition of young people and minorities to come vote for him. And instead of doing that, young people, those statistics were down from 2016. And even if there were more people who were like mid-aged or older who went out to vote, the young statistics was down. That was one of the things that I do remember, and it seemed like most of his supporters are young. So it seems like, at least online. And that statistic was down, so that sort of thing is the apathy, I guess. I don't know. This is a lot more nuanced than I thought.
At Burger King, $1 is all you need with the $1 Your Way menu. Get the bacon cheeseburger, chicken junior, value fries, or value soft drink for only $1. The $1 Your Way menu. Value like nowhere else. Burger King, your way, way better. At participating restaurants, tax extra.
The only way to do anything on a professional level was if a drug dealer was backing you.
NFX original documentary series.
Sip the juice. Big juice. Bimmy.
Yeah, that is one of the things I remember seeing, and I guess that kind of just plays more into the apathy of young people in getting into politics, and specifically like left people on the left. Oh, definitely. Like, it feels impossible at times to get into politics if you're young, because it just feels like the old people have already fucked everything up. So what's the point, you know? But yeah, I guess that speaks more to young people's apathy, not just just Bernie Sanders supporters in general's apathy, or leftists in general apathy, because the left is not entirely comprised of young people. Surprise, surprise. There are old people here too, and they are welcome. They are welcome, but yeah. I definitely do think that there is a measure of apathy at play here, but looking at the numbers now, I don't think it's as large as I thought it was. I'll admit that. I was wrong. I'm able to admit that. I was wrong about that, but I do think that there is still a at least small part of apathy at play here. 'Cause he did say that he was going to bring a lot of young voters and new voters to politics, and that didn't really happen. It was, the numbers were down for those demographics, so yeah. I guess it just plays to the apathy of young people, not the apathy of the left as a whole, but I do think that there is a lot of apathy and nihilism in the left itself. Just maybe these numbers don't exactly reflect that. This issue is a lot more nuanced than I thought. Why is everything so nuanced? I don't like it. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just playing. This is sarcasm. S/S. There you go. This is oh no, /J. I was just joking. This is /J. I was just joking. Oh yeah, I remember on Twitter a lot of people made fun of Birdie for this one post, and he's just an old man shaking his fist at clouds. Yelling and shaking his fist at clouds. This guy. I thought that was just funny. Oh, welcome back! I've been streaming for long enough that you got to come back. Or you were just quick enough. I don't know. Either or. I'm probably gonna wrap up the stream in a bit, because I do have homework that I should probably go do. But this has been fun. I have enjoyed myself immensely. Sure, yeah, they did embroil me in a conversation while you were gone. So your dad was just complaining for nothing? Okay, yeah, so your dad was kind of just complaining about nothing. Oh, by the way, also, I do eventually want to play some Sims 4 on stream, and I want to make, like, I want to make some leftist figures, or try to anyway, and create a sim mode. Try to anyway, I don't know if I can, but I'm gonna definitely try. That'll be fun. And I also really love making buildings. I like making sims, I like playing with the sim. I just enjoy it. I think it's fun. It's very relaxing, in a way. It can also be very stressful too, so. Yeah. Sims 4 was actually the runner-up in my poll, so I'll probably be playing that next stream. So look forward to that. I'm looking forward to it because I do enjoy playing it. Oh, you know, I could just play a leftist trying to be a politician in the... You know, honestly, it's a throw up between those two. I could just make up a random person, somebody who doesn't exist. Just so that we don't have any accidental commentaries on people who do exist. Maybe we could bring up a historical leftist, and we could just modernize them. We could just we could pick a historical leftist, and we could, I could modernize them, and we could use them. That'd be fun. That sounds like fun. Yeah. Although I do kind of want to play a woman, but I mean, we could do something else too. That'd be cool too. I should install a mod that creates trans people, because they aren't in Sims. That'd be cool. Karl Marx the streamer. Oh, that sounds super pog. And he has the ideology, he has the aspiration of being a politician. I'd probably have to do some setup for that because for Sims, if you want to play like a specific character like that specific, you do have to kind of use cheats just to like make sure that you have the right stuff.
I would still have room for more, 'cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You making me through.
Maybe we could make Karl Marx trans. Carly Marx. Carly Marx, everyone. The trans leftist streamer who wants to be a politician. Hey, okay, if anybody here knows of Sims 4, you could find me a trans, like, as trans people into Sims 4 mod, I would totally install it on my game. We could have that. Carly Marx. Yes! Yes, I love that name. Oh, that fits so perfectly. Carl is the roommate. Wait, he should have a cat. Or they should have a cat. She should have a cat. We should name her cat. Let me think. Anybody? Okay. Anybody else have a favorite leftist historical figure that we can name her cat after? Angles the cat! Oh! I love that, Angles the cat. Yes! I'm totally doing that. Just so you know, though, the cat's last name will be Marx, because if the cat's owned by Carly Marx, obviously the cat's last name is gonna be Marx. Rosie the cat. She's gonna be trans. Doing a trans Karl Marx, everybody. Here, I'm gonna make a Twitter poll and you guys get to vote, or I could just make a poll on Discord and you guys could vote on which one you like the most. And we will decide on stream next week, but I'll go ahead and make that. How did you spell that? What? I don't even know what that means. Yeah, it does add custom gender options, but you have to do it on, you have to do it in CAS, which means create a sim. So you have to do it when you make the character. You can't make a kid, if your sim has a kid, you can't have them be trans, which is stupid in my opinion. And I'm kind of just wondering if there's like a way to make that so. There's probably a mod for it out there somewhere. But I do play with cheats because it just makes it a bit easier to do what you want in The Sims. I mean, while it is fun also to not play with cheats, it's also fun to play with cheats just so that you can have like the experience that you want, you know? I've played, okay, Sims 4 and Sims 3 are the most played games I've ever done. We can't trans the kids. I just wish there was an option to like have top surgery or bottom surgery or get hormones and like have to pay for those and stuff like that. And that like, you know, affects the character themselves and stuff. Or like there was an option to have their, or if there was like a chance for their gender to be not the gender that they were assigned at birth and stuff like that. I think that'd be pretty cool, you know? Pretty poggers. Yeah, I know the cheat. I also have it's like a script mod that creates a menu for you to be able to use cheats however you please. It's just like also I'm like lazy, so I don't want to have to like think about these things like very specifically, you know. But we could probably like do it in decide during on stream or whatever. During on stream or whatever. But I do think it's pretty cool that in The Sims you can just do whatever the hell you want. Yeah, I use that too. I'm tempted to add Wicked... Oh, what's the word? It's like the 18+ version of it, but I probably won't for stream. That would probably just be for my own personal game because I don't want to do anything 18+ on this stream. This is a good Christian stream. We don't do this stuff here because there's minors. Don't make me bonk you. I mean myself. I'm talking to myself. But yeah, Angles, Rosa. Sorry, I'm just making a poll. Angles. I can imagine. There are certain elements of that mod that I do want, like, I think Sims being able to have periods or, like, get drunk is pretty cool, but I don't think I would install it for a playthrough on this, on my stream because I think that could get really out of hand real fast. I don't want to deal with YouTube bonking me. Thank you very much, though. Okay, so the cat names that we have is Engels, Rosa, and Kat Kaminsky. Anybody have any other names that they want to throw into the pot before I put up the poll?
It's like getting one of those birthday cards that's shaped like cash, so you already know there's cash inside before opening it. But in this case, it's stuffed with your first year cashback match, and you don't even have to send a thank you note. Cashback match, only by Discover Card. Learn more at discover.com/match. Discover, something brighter.
The only way to do anything on a
Oh, I could just turn it off. Yeah, Catboy Stalin. I did realize. I'll do Catboy Stalin. That sounds fun. Catboy Stalin. I could just make Carly Merks have a roommate named Catboy Stalin, or just make a Stalin who's Catboy, because in The Sims they have hair that has ears. They have literal cat people.
I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see, yeah, you'll see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man, I make it with the rap and I just follow my path, I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious, yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man, I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild, I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately I'm painting my path on my way, yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space, yeah, making rest every day, man, you know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a twist in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come on a test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey.
No. Oh wait, I forgot to at people. Oops. Oh. Here, I'll just at people. There we go. If you haven't got a ping roll, again, if you haven't got a ping roll and you want a ping roll, make sure to DM me or Curie, and we can give that to you. It's just like our bot is down right now. No, it's not gonna be. It's not gonna be on. It's in the live stream announcements. Oh, if you want the ping roll right now and you're in this chat, just go ahead and say I want ping and we can just give it to you. That's the whole DM business. Cause like I want to make sure if you want to come see my streams you can, cause everybody likes the ping roll, so I'm just gonna keep it. And so I just gotta make sure that if people want to be pinged, they get pinged. Oh, am I supposed to be? Can you not see me? Oh, okay. You don't want your ping, you don't want a ping roll, Graham? Oh, you already have a ping roll. We should probably get rid of the Eli's posts because Eli can't do bot things anymore. Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna actually get rid of that. Yeah, rip Eli. Should I just delete Eli's messages? I could just do that. I should probably just do that. If you, hold on. If you haven't gotten a role that you reacted for, like check your roles to make sure that you have the roles that you want. And if you haven't got one of those roles, just make sure to DM me or Kiri or just say it in the chat right now. Very important that you do that because it just doesn't work anymore. I just realized that Lazy Paradox had reacted for the ping roll and they hadn't gotten it because Eli isn't working anymore. This is a very temporary solution until we get a bot. I don't know when we'll get a different bot. Everybody good? Yeah. I feel that. I'm probably gonna stop streaming in a second because this has been fun, but I'm tired now. I have homework to do. She probably didn't add the ping rule because she didn't realize you wanted it. Or she just forgot, I don't know. But I added it, so it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, you're all good. Luckily. I'm so glad you guys want to listen to me rant and rave about the left. Or just about life in general, yeah. But I'm kind of run out of things to talk about, but this stream has been very fun despite the technical difficulties. I'm glad that we got some newer viewers in the chat. I'm so glad that I could have I had you watching my stream. It's very welcome in the whole rant stream. Yes. You're very welcome in my community, and we're glad to have you. Anyways, thanks for watching the stream. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, or comment if this is a VOD that you're watching. If this is a VOD, I don't know, join the Discord to join the discussion, because we have fun discussions there. Just like, if you want to be on stream, or even if you don't want to be on stream, if you want to talk to some neat people or whatever, join the Discord. Follow my Twitter if you want to get updates, or if you just want to see me post shit on Twitter. I don't know what I do on Twitter. I do things. Things happen there. I don't know. But yeah. Thanks so much for watching me, and good night, or good morning, or good afternoon, or like whatever time zone you're in. Later.